25th annual return to the Remuda Sale. You won't see that in your catalog, but this is 25 years that been bringing you the Remuda Sale, and it's a pleasure to have each and every one of you here with us here this weekend, and we want you to enjoy the entire weekend. This is the first of the festivities, this performance demonstration, so if you're with us, welcome. If you're joining us over in Superior, welcome. Glad to have you join us live for our performance demonstration here today. And as I've been mentioning, maybe you have or maybe you haven't heard, I want you to stick around here after this is over for a very special event. In the tent set up directly across from the sale office, we'll be hosting an evening meal. Actually, that'll be provided by our friends at Neutrina. We want to thank them, each and every one of them, for their contributions. Our good friends from Neutrina. Neutrina, the #1 feed here at the 4 Sixes Ranch. Also, the music this evening and the tent provided by our friends at Lone Star Ag Credit. Want to thank them. That meal this evening and that music will be something you want to stick around and enjoy. Also, a very special part of that event this evening, free food for everyone, so be sure and stick around and enjoy. And one of the very special things we'll be doing this evening is honoring our great friend and legendary cowboy Boots O'Neill in celebration of his 90th birthday. So I want you to stick around, be a part of Boots' celebration, have a piece of birthday cake, and wish him well. So we're ready to get started. I'm Jim Ware from Weatherford, Texas. Dr. Jim Hurd from Weatherford, Texas, joining me right here on the auction block as we have for many, many years. And it's once again, glad to have every single one of you. I think that pretty much takes care of our opening comments for the demonstration. We'll have quite a few opening comments tomorrow, and I'd remind you that we start at 10:30, promptly at 10:30 in the morning for the opening comments and the introduction of all the ranches and the ranch families and so forth that we always do every year out here. So that'll be kicking off at 10:30 in the morning, and then following with the sale at 11 o'clock in catalog order. All the horses will be in catalog order tomorrow. We'll try to keep this performance demonstration in catalog order as close as we can. We will be doing that here with the #1 horse in the catalog. This is the first one of the day. I'll be giving you the pedigrees and tell you a little bit of the history of these horses. Dr. Hurd will tell you a little bit about more of what they've been doing with them here recently. We start here with Wimpy's Rockin'. He's hip #1 in the book, a 2014 Palomino Gelding, sired by the NCHA Futurity Champion that stands right here at the 4 Sixes Ranch, Rockin' W, and out of an own daughter, the reigning horse legend, Wimpy's Little Step. That's where he got this beautiful Palomino color. Yeah, he's ready. Yes, ma'am. Let her rip. Out of an own daughter, Docalina on the bottom side. They call this horse Gold Member, a seasoned ranch horse, but on the big drives. Zach Peters has had him in his string. He's roped off of him extensively in the pasture. Started in the arena on both ends. Once again, I'll remind you, we'll have a dry work here of these horses and then come back and we got a group of horses to rope and a group of horses to work cattle down the fence, kind of simulate a rein cow horse event. So we start here with the dry work, and here's the first one of them. Wimpy's Rockin', the Rockin' W Gelding, hip #1 in the catalog, and just a 6-year-old horse, just right in the prime of his life. Hip #1.
Thank you, Jim. It's a real honor for me to be here again and be able to talk to you about these horses. Just so that you know what I do is I come in on Wednesday, come out here and watch these horses, talk to the riders. They tell me some stuff about each of these horses. Zach has done a really nice job with this young horse here. Can't put a pedigree together any better for a performance horse. This is a horse that Zach told me yesterday his whole family has ridden, his wife's ridden, the kids have ridden. He's ready to do anything that you want to do. He's got him broke. He's a really pretty good-looking yellow gelding, very athletic. He started on the roping side. He's got a real natural stop when you watch him go. He thinks he's got a lot of potential as a breakaway horse. You know how popular breakaway roping's becoming. This is one of the highlights, I think, of the sale, and you absolutely cannot put a better pedigree together for a performance horse than what this young horse has right here.
You see his eligibilities include the AQHA Ranch and Heritage and the Future Fortunes. Good seasoned ranch horse, again by Rockin' W. Out of an own daughter, the legend Wimpy's Little Step, that's out of a really good mare, had a big impact here at the ranch. Doc's Rosie O'Grady. She's a mare Doc purchased many years ago and went on to breed to several of the 60 sires and outside stallions as well, and had a really big impact here, being an own daughter of Docalina and out of one of the best daughters of King Fritz, the great Rose Checks. So Rolly bred gelding, beautiful to boot, hip number 1 in the book, Wimpy's rocking from the 4-6's ranch. Your next horse comes from the Wagon Hound Landing Livestock from Douglas, Wyoming, ladies and gentlemen. Wagon Hound always represented here at the Return to the Remuda Sale with a great group of geldings, and this year's no exception. This is W.R. Scat Cat, a 2013 bay gelding. He's sired by the horse that Wagon Hound owns that stands here at the 4-6's ranch, the legend W.R. This Cat Smart, by the very, very successful W.R. This Cat Smart, earner of over $236,000, and the sire get that have earned over $15 million. W.R. This Cat Smart. Out of an own daughter, Gray Starlight. Gray Starlight, the legendary son of Little Peppy, on the bottom side, one of the very best 2 or 3 sons of Little Peppy, Gray Starlight. This one, too, second dam, out of an own daughter of the dam of the Docalina. So, Rolly bred through and through, Gray Starlight, Docalina, W.R. This Cat Smart on stop. They call him Scrat. Dr. Hurd, what do you know about him?
Preston Schwarzkopf is bringing him to us. Y'all have watched him grow up here at this sale as Wagon Hound's been a part of it. This is a real typical gelding from the Wagon Hound Ranch, Land and Livestock. He's very athletic. They've done everything in the world on the ranch, and as they say in the write-up, you can work on the ranch and then go have fun with him at the rodeos and the play days. He's a really good looking, I think he's one of the best looking horses in the sale catalog. He's got a big stop, as all the WRs do. And if you watch the video that's online, this horse heads his cattle really well, gets in the right position, has a lot of shape when he turns that steer around for the heeler. Real athletic horse for you here, folks. That you remember what a great set of geldings they brought us last year. And that stop is so indicative of the WRs, and the turnaround is just really indicative of what they do all the time. So a great 9-year-old horse that they brought to us. They're probably going to rope on him, and maybe we can talk Preston into going down the fence with some cattle, Jim.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, that was hip number 5 in your catalog from the Wagon Hound, W.R. Scat Cat. And your next horse that we'll present to you this afternoon will be hip number 8 in the catalog, TRR Black Betty Blue, consigned by the Tongue River Ranch in downtown Dumont, Texas. Tongue River Ranch, one of your host ranch here every year at the Return to the Remuda Sale. This is a February 2020 Blue Roan filly, sired by Quintice Meekum Blue by the great Meekum Blue, Bajado's Little Pep. And out of an own daughter of Wild-Haired Cat on the bottom side. That Wild-Haired Cat, of course, one of the great sons of Highbrow Cat, earned quite a bit of money, about $134,000, already over $1 million sire. He carries the same genetics as that of the great Beggs reference sire, Dr. Echo, being that Miss Echo Wood, the third dam on the top, be a full sister to Dr. Echo. So a lot of great breeding through and through, been ridden for about 60 days by Hagen Lamb. This filly's got a little bump on her right hock. Everything's 100% in good order. Doc will talk about it a little bit tomorrow before the sale, or as she sales. She had a little bump in the trailer incident, but everything's in good working order with this beautiful filly. Dr. Hurd, you got to like her.
You know, when you go through this catalog, or at least that's what I do, I mark some that I really like how they look in the pictures. And this is a mare that I marked down the first time I went through the catalog. I think she's extremely attractive, really well balanced. This is a mare that's going to have a lot of substance and a lot of body as she gets older. Remember, she's only a 2-year-old. I think she's extremely strong over her loin, out over her croup. They've got her started well. They told me yesterday that this is a really gentle filly. Been good to start all the way through. She's starting to stop, wants to stop, which, as you know, in a 2-year-old, that's not always true. But here's a nice blue roan, just a nice prospect for you right here, that they've done a good job, I think, of getting her started. But you really want to pay attention to how much substance this mare is going to have as she becomes an aged mare. This is a pretty mare here.
Royally bred through and through, once again, by that son of the great Meekum Blue. That individual, of course, a fool's brother to Quentin's Blue, and a lot of other good, also the good mare that earned over $609,000, Quentin Blue, the full sister to the dam, Quintice Meekum Blue. Wild-haired cat on the top of the bottom side, and of course the second dam on the bottom. An own daughter Pep de Boonsmall that's out of a daughter Clark's Dock Bar that just happens to be out of an own daughter Royal King on that bottom side. So this mare's got a lot of great performance genetics all the way through her pedigree when you are finished with her as a performance mare. She's hip number 8 in the book, coming to you from AQHA Best Remuda Award winner, Tongue River Ranch, TRR Black Betty Blue. Hip number 8. Be ready for hip number 12, I think. All right, your next horse performer will be hip number 12 in your catalog, consigned to the legendary 4-6's Ranch. This is Double Mountain Fork. Here's a highlight of the geldings, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mr. Phil Fox. Phil's kind of the jack of all trades. He makes it all happen around here at the big ranch. And, of course, during the breeding season, he's Doc's right arm during the breeding season and preparing those mares and having them ready to go. And, of course, he uses horses extensively back there to sort mares in the big pens and bring them up to the breeding barn. And this has been his go-to horse for quite a few years. Double Mountain Fork, he's just a 2015 Palomino gelding. Playboy's Buck Fever, of course, was a horse that stood here for many, many years and a horse that accomplished quite a bit in his young career. Named by Freckles Playboy and out of that Reminick mare. On the bottom side, out of Miss May's son, that's a legendary mare line here at the 4-6's Ranch, being by the great AQHA champion, Mr. Son of Lena. And out of May Jen, the daughter of Tankery Jen. Once again, from the string of Phil Fox, he's done it all, Dr. Hurd. This is a good, royally bred individual coming to you from Phil Fox's string.
You know, every year Phil brings one of the high-selling geldings, one of the nicest geldings. Everybody likes him because he does so much with them through the year. He sorts mares on them every day. This horse here not only was one of the 3-year-olds that they took to the Road to the Horse, he came back this past year and led the Remuda into the arena. So he's a seasoned Road to the Horse participant. A veteran. And Jim, just for your information, they said he was a great rescue race horse that you and I could do, but I'm going to ride him down. You're going to have to get on if we do that. But they said that he can do anything that you want to do. Horseback will fit anybody. He's a big, pretty horse. Like I said, if Phil's got him, you know he's a nice horse. I watched him rope on him here Thursday. Did a nice job there. He started well on the heading side. He's really quiet in the box. He rates his cattle well. Just one of the real highlights of the sale. Phil's got him where he can change speed on these circles and got good transitions. And he just stays correct in everything he does. And I've watched him for 3 days now, and I haven't seen him get high in anything they've done with him. A really good gelding here for the sale, and he's only a 7-year-old, just right for you to go on and do something with. I'll say one more thing about him. He's out of a mare called Miss May's Son. And some of you will remember a few years ago that we sold a Jess Perry filly here for $55,000. It's a half sister to this gelding here. So this is a real highlight for you here.
Thank you, Brother Phil. Once again, that was hip number 12 in your catalog, Double Mountain Fork from the 4-6's Ranch. That takes us to hip number 17 from the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company, Playboy Pep Blaze. Playboy Pep Blaze. Now, here's one of your 2-year-olds, the first one we'll kick off with here from the Pitchfork. Sired by Billy's Blaze, the son of Highbrow Cat. It's being used over at the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company right now. Billy's Blaze on the top, and out of a Pepsid mare, that great Tongue River Ranch line of Pepsid, crossed on Freckles Playboy. See, out of a TRR Tongue River Ranch mare on that bottom side. They call him Pockets. Good 2-year-old, had about 90 days with J.D. Henry. Here's a nice colt by NRCHA Money Earner by the great Highbrow Cat. Billy's Blaze, and out of a Pepsid mare.
You know, if you watch the video that's online of this horse, you see some really good footage of him. They've got him well started. You can see how quiet he is even in these drop changes that they're doing with him. He's soft in his face. He stayed quiet in everything that they've done with him in the video and here too. Just looks to me like this is a real good prospect for somebody that is looking for a ranch horse. I already got a nice stop, natural stop on him. Might be looking for a ranch riding colt. Here's a potential young horse for you here that I think has got a lot of potential and shows it in everything that he does. Really stays quiet. I like that. Now he stays low-headed and goes along. And every time he stops, he's got those legs up under him. So this is one you want to pay attention to if you're looking for a young horse.
All right, and once again, he's hip 17, Playboy Pep Blaze, a 2020 Sorrel Gelding, sired by the reference sire Pitchfork, Billy's Blaze, and coming to you from the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company. Go right on to hip number 18 in your catalog. Here's one of the good season 4/6s ranch geldings you came for. Sunshine. Sunshine, hip number 18 in your catalog. A 2008 Sorrel Gelding by Playing Stylish, and out of an owned order, Mr. Sunlead on that bottom side. Playing Stylish need no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, he was an NCHA Horse of the Year. He's the sire of Get that have earned over $4.1 million. He himself earned over $118,000. NCHA Open Super Stakes champion, one of the finest horses that ever stood here at the 4/6s Ranch. This gelding sire, Playing Stylish. Just ask Boots. That's his favorite brand right there. Of course, he never rode any by Grady Coconut, did he? But I tell you, these Playing Stylishes will stay with you forever. This one out of a Mr. Sonalina mare. It's out of an own daughter, Little Peppy, on that bottom side. Sunshine Ingredient. Another one from an own daughter of Mr. Sonalina, the AQHA champion that stood here for many, many years at the 4/6s. This is hip 18, Stylish Sunshine.
Dusty Burson's riding this horse for Don. This was a horse that was in Don Brown's string. This horse is out of one of the top producing mares on the ranch, the Sunshine Ingredient. Of course, she's the mother of Saddling at Sunrise, which is one of the hottest young horses going right now in the rein cow horse work. This horse, I think he's one of the more attractive geldings in the sale. He's very athletic. They told me the other day that anybody can ride him. He's well bred. He's really started on the in the roping area. He's got a really big stop when you watch him stop. They've started heading on him. Nice gelding. Got a lot of potential, and every time I've watched him stop him, he gets in the ground just like he did there, and goes to the ground right when you watch him stop. Nice potential horse for you here. Got some age and maturity, but still got enough youth and left in him that you can ride him for a long time and enjoy him.
All right, once again, that was hip number 18, 4/6s Ranch, Stylish Sunshine, the 2008 Sorrel Gelding by Playing Stylish, out of the Mr. Sonalina mare on the bottom side. Sunshine Ingredient. They call him Overtime, shown to you by Mr. Overtime himself, Dusty Burson. All right, that takes us to 25. 25, Macaco Righty is a Beggs Cattle Company consignment and a 2020 Sorrel Gelding. Coming to you from the Beggs, ladies and gentlemen, another good set of these 2-year-old Beggs Geldings that we present to you every single year. Always one of the highlights of the auction. This one, of course, by the reference sire of the Beggs, C.D., son of Magnolia, the son of the NCHA Hall of Famer, the great C.D. Olina. And out of a mare on the bottom side, out of a Billy Green bred mare on that bottom side, Green Cattle Company, Hickory's Lowenbrow mare, back to his old great mare, Lee McJan. So a royally bred individual coming to you from the Beggs Cattle Company. Hip number 25 in the book, Macaco Righty.
L.J. Stover's bringing these horses to us. Of course, Jeff Williams rode these horses for years, and he's kind of quit riding the young horses. L.J. worked with Jeff for a long time riding these horses. I think I'm going to say the same thing about these Beggs horses all day long. If you're looking for a prospect that started right, doing well, the thing that I'm so impressed with on these 2-year-olds that L.J. started is that their hips and shoulders are in the right place. You know, that hip is in the right place as he does these circles. His shoulder's in the right place, and every one of these horses will come to you that way. He's got them started stopping, but I'm going to say exactly the same thing on every one of them. We've watched these horses sell well every year from Beggs Cattle Company. They're just nice broke horses, well-bred horses. And we'll make the first public announcement. LJ and his wife had a new baby last night, so they've got a 1-day-old addition to their family, and we appreciate LJ leaving the hospital probably after staying up all night and coming here. But you're going to like these Beggs horses like you have all the time. I don't know of anybody that's bought one of these, Jim, that hadn't been pleased when they got it home.
Okay, Dr. Hurd, again, that's hip number 25 in your catalog, Macaco Righty, the Beggs Cattle Company consignment. Hip number 25. All right, your next horse to perform will be hip number 29 in your catalog, a Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company consignment. One Stylish Pick. One Stylish Pick, ladies and gentlemen, 2019 Sorrel Gelding, sired by the 4/6 senior reference sire. Sixth Pick, the great son of Tankery Jen, standing right here. He's in the main stallion barn. Go by and see all the stallions while you're here. Get you some literature. Prepare yourself for next year's breeding season. Sixth Picks is one you'll be able to see right here at the 4/6 Ranch. This one out of an own daughter, Mr. Playin' Stylish on the bottom side. P.F. Stylish Jewel by the great Mr. Playin' Stylish. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the best sons of Playin' Stylish. A horse that Dr. Burton was talking about yesterday that just is a really, really great all-around ranch sire, great rein cow horse sire, and a horse that can be used by so many to improve their ranching programs. Mr. Playin' Stylish out of Adelina's Jewel Bars mare. Coming to you from the string of Brooks Hodges, hip number 29, One Stylish Pick.
This horse is only a 3-year-old. He's got a lot of substance, a lot of volume. When you look at him, he's very athletic. If you go back and watch that video, you're going to see that he's well started. I love how this horse rides between the reins and everything he does. He keeps that shoulder where it needs to be. He stays right between the reins. He's not laying on the outside rein. He's not pulled to the inside too much. Just really stays between the reins like you want a young horse to do. And he's got a big-time stop for a young horse. This is a really good prospect, I think, for you. And, of course, Brooks Hodges is the manager down at the Pitchfork and has his pick of a lot of these horses. But every time this horse stops, he stops just like you see him doing right here. This is one that you want to take a look at. If you've got a breakaway roper at your house, want to make a heel horse, this is one you want to look for.
All right, once again, that's hip number 29, One Stylish Pick for the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company by the 4/6 reference sire. Sixth Pick out of the Mr. Playin' Stylish daughter. That takes us to a Tongue River consignment, hip number 31 in the catalog. This is TRR I Desire Peptos. Here's a highlight of the Tongue River consignment, highlight of the entire sale. Ladies and gentlemen, a son of Pepsit. Very seldom do you see the Tongue River selling any of the mares or sons of the great Pepsit. He's the senior reference sire over there at the Tongue River Ranch and has done a fantastic job for the big ranch. Out of a daughter, C.D. Olina on the bottom side, the NCHA Futurity and Derby champion, NCHA Horse of the Year, NCHA Hall of Fame, Desire Some Freckles on the bottom side of the sire, or the dam's pedigree rather, an all-time leading leading producer, over $1.5 million in the production of the great mare Desire Some Freckles. Really good bred young horse right here, 6-year-old. They've done everything in the world on him. Dr. Hurd, you got an update on that. But a Pepsi out of a daughter, C.D. Olina.
Thank you, Jim. Here's another good young gelding. They've done everything. They've started him on the heading side. This horse has really got a nice turnaround on him, nice spin started. He's starting to learn how to do that. We haven't sold a lot of Pepsid Sons geldings in this sale, and this is a rare opportunity to get one. They're as athletic as any horses that you'll ever find, and of course the CD Alina on the bottom side doesn't hurt this horse at all. But he's well started. He's a nice mover. He's got a big stop, and really started well. We'll get to see him here, and when we start roping, you'll get to see how quiet he is in the roping side. Another good young prospect.
Say, here's a nice Pepsi gelding right here. Puts that head down, travels on across country like you want one to see and do. Really nice Tongue River consignment here, hip number 31 in your catalog. TRR, I Desire Peptos, hip number 31 in your catalog. That'll take us to hip number 35 in the book, 4-6's Ranch, the consigner, Fletcher's Return. Fletcher's Return, a 2008 sorrel gelding. Sired by the NCHA Futurity Champion, a horse that was here at the 4-6's Ranch for many, many years for the Moncrief Ranch, Royal Fletch, earned of over $235,000, NCHA Open Futurity Champion, and a horse that had a big impact here in the gelding and the mare program at the 4-6's for many, many years. Royal Fletch on top. Out of a Hollywood Return mare on the bottom, that was the last son of the immortal Hollywood Gold that was used here at the 4-6's Ranch, Hollywood Return. Out of a daughter, Shot of Gin, the full brother to Tanqueray Gin on the bottom side. The Great Badger II represented as well. So some old time 4-6's Ranch genetics represented in this pedigree. Hollywood Gold, Shot of Gin, and the great Gray Badger as well on the bottom side of this. Royal Fletch Gelding's pedigree, hip number 35. Fletcher's Return for the 4-6's Ranch.
This is a gelding that I've watched the last couple of days, and of course watched the video on him. Now they do say that this horse would be better with an experienced rider, so you want to pay attention to that. But this is a big moving horse, got a big old long trot to him, just covers a lot of ground. I think he's a real attractive gelding when you look at him. Certainly if you go somewhere with him, people are going to notice you. He's well started on the heading and the heeling side, got a good turnaround started. But this is a nice big moving horse that got a lot of potential, and you can see how good he does in these rollbacks as he goes down the fence here. This horse, of course, you'd expect it the way he's bred, being by Royal Fletch and out of this Hollywood bred mare, but he is an athlete deluxe and ready to go to your house and do more.
All right, again, that's hip 35, Fletcher's Return for the 4-6's Ranch. Your next horse to perform will be hip number 37 for the 4-6's. This is Boone's Jennin. Boone's Jennin, here's a cowboy that knows what he's doing. Old Jasper's going to show you hip number 37, Boone's Jennin, a 2013 sorrel gelding sired by Boonsan. Boonsan, a former reference sire here at the 4-6's Ranch, the great son of Highbrow Cat, good sire in his own right. Boonsan on top, and out of a direct daughter of the legend himself, Tanqueray Gin. Many consider to be one of the finest, if not the finest, ranch horse sire in the history of the ranch. Tanqueray Gin on the bottom. Of course, that good mare Jennin woman, she was a really good mare, as was her mother, chicks woman, and then that kept woman with good mare as well. So many generations of great mares on the bottom. You see that 6 chick represented down there on the bottom, an old-time reference sire here at the 4-6s ranch. So a lot of great 4-6s blood on the bottom, and Boone said on the top, and a good all-around kind of a gelding. Coulter Hampton's had him in his string. What can you tell us, Dr. Hurd?
Well, I had this conversation with Jasper up here a while ago, and I said, what do you like about this horse? And he said, you can rope on him and he'll stop. So you may pay attention to that today, because they probably are going to rope on him. But he's a great roping prospect. He runs to his cattle. If you watch him today, he'll run right up to the cattle, put you in the right place to rope. He's done well in some shows and some ranching heritage shows. Really, anybody can ride this horse, as you can see. I don't know how old Jasper is, but I'm pretty sure he's not 10. But just a nice gelding, stays over there. It's hard to get one to go around the rail like that quiet. But he's a big gelding, got a good stop, as Jasper said. Just a really good ranch horse that anybody in the family can ride, or you can take him out and go to the ranch and do whatever you want to do horseback. You know, one of the things I talk about every year, I don't know where you can go in the United States and see young people riding like you can here at this sale. It's just, it really tears at your heart if you love horses, you love young people, and you're interested in this industry staying together. Here's a young man that's real typical of what we find out in this ranch country, is that he can ride a horse. Let's give Jasper a round of applause.
All right, that was 37, Boone's Jenin and Jasper, hip number 37 in your book, and that takes us to 40 in the catalog. Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company consignment. Not a Cat, a Topaz, a 2018 buckskin gelding. Here's one you're going to like the color of. Pretty cowboy colored up buckskin he is. By the reference sire, he's been in the main stud barn. Jess's Topaz. Go by and take a look if you haven't. Jess's Topaz, one of the most beautiful stallions here at the ranch, or in existence for that matter, by Jess Perry, and out of that daughter Patty's Irish Whiskey. This one out of a daughter Rockin' W, the NCHA Futurity Champion. You can see him here too in the stallion barn. Corona, they call him, a big pretty buckskin. He's logged many hours here on the ranch. Levi Jones has got him in his group. Not a Cat, a Topaz, Dr. Hurd, a royally bred individual, and a beautiful buckskin he is.
Jim, this is another one that everybody's talked about every time they've seen him. Like I've said several times, I've been sitting up here for 3 days. Everybody wants to know what he is. If you watch him when we rope on him, he puts you in the right place, both on the head side and the heeling side. He's really kind. Anybody can ride him. He's real smooth. Anybody in the family can ride him. He's got great size. Just a nice gelding, and really got a big old stop to him, as you'll see when they heel on him. Runs these circles with some variation in size and speed. Just one of the highlights, I think, of our sale this year. And he's buckskin, so you got to remember that. That's really in demand right now.
All right, again, that was hip number 40, Not a Cat, a Topaz, 2018 buckskin gelding, coming to you from the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company. Here's one you'll like, ladies and gentlemen, a 4-6s consignment, hip number 41, Bet's Courage. Beautiful red roan gelding he is, sired by the NCHA World Champion. Bet he's a cat. You can see him in the stud barn here too. The list of these great stallions available here to the public is just endless at the 4-6s. It's just a storybook group of stallions. As you go through that stud barn, Betty's a Cat's one you can see over there this afternoon after you've seen the performance demonstration, the sire of this good gelding. This one out of a daughter, Captain Courage. Captain Courage, another reference sire. He's here at the ranch as well. Be sure and take a look at him if you haven't. Captain Courage on the top of the bottom side of the pedigree, and again that Gin and Attraction, a royally bred family that is. Gin and Attraction, one of the best mares ever from the 4-6s ranch as a producer. The great Gin and Attraction. All right, so that makes this brother this gelding a half brother to Kihati, Playing Attraction, and a lot of other greats being out of that. Actually, be a three-quarter brother. Actually, I should say, I'll get it straight in a minute. The Dam is a half-sister to those great horses, Kihati and Playing Attraction, being out of Gin and Attraction. This one has done a little bit of everything, and he's really caught our eye, Dr. Hurd. We like this gelding.
You off? You know, when we're sitting up here waiting for this thing to start, we kind of pay attention to how these horses are riding. This is one that's caught our eye all morning. I know the rest of you that have been in here all morning. This is a really low-headed, soft-moving, got a great stride to him. Will Wallendorf started this horse before he left the ranch here. Just a nice, big, pretty gelding. He's really good. They say he's a really good heeling prospect. He's got a good stop, good turnaround. He's strong. He's athletic. I think he would go pretty well in the ranch riding, as pretty as he moves. If you're looking for a ranch riding prospect, he told me that his wife rides him on the weekends. Just they couldn't say enough good things about this roan gelding, and I think you probably ought. If you haven't seen him, you really need to pay attention to him the rest of the day. This is one of the horses that has really caught our eye this morning watching him warm up. Folks, this is a really good gelding. They've got a lot of foundation on him to go do a lot of stuff with you. So you want to be sure you mark him down and pay attention when he comes in the pen tomorrow.
All right, that good gelding once again is hip number 41 in the book, Bet's Courage, and that'll take us right along to hip number 48 from the Pitchfork Land and Cattle Company, Machacho and 3D. Machacho and 3D, a 2019 sorrel gelding by Billy's Blaze, the reference sire at the Pitchfork, who's by Highbrow Cat. And out of an own daughter, CD Son of Magnolia, out of a Beggs mare, to tell you the truth, Miss Bacacco 3D, she's by the Beggs reference sire, CD Son of Magnolia, who's out of that great daughter, that great reference sire for Beggs, Dr. Echo. So all in the blood right here, Beggs on the bottom side, and of course that good reference sire at the Pitchfork Land and Cattle Company, the sire, Billy's Blaze. He's a money earner in the cow horse by the great Highbrow Cat, and out of one of the fine daughters of Smart Lena, Billy Smart Lena. That was a great cutting horse mare. Pitchfork Land and Cattle, the consigner, hip number 48 in the book, Machacho and 3D.
This is a young horse, obviously just a 3-year-old horse. Just started riding him out and got some miles on him in the pasture, just prowling the pastures with him. I think he's a really pretty good-looking young gelding. He's I think got tremendous potential. They've really got him loping quiet, I think, getting that leg up under him, driving off, and got some impulsion. I think he's got tremendous potential for those of you. And as some of you know, we bought a CD Son of Magnolia mare here a few years ago. You could do anything in the world on her. And, of course, the Billy's Blaze horse, as Jim said, is one of the really good young reference sires down there. But here's a horse that's soft, wants to be quiet, wants to go easy, and worth taking a look at.
All right, that was hip number 48, Muchacho in 3D from the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company. Comes to you from John Jones's string. Next one in will be hip number 50, Tough Time Cat. Tough Time Cat, a Wagon Hound Landing livestock consignment. Here's one of the good geldings from Wagon Hound of Douglas, Wyoming. AQHA Best Remuda Award winner. This one by WR This Cat Smart. WR This Cat Smart. Of course, the reference sire owned by Wagon Hound Landing Livestock. It stands right here at the 4/6s. Over a $15 million sire. Horses have dominated nearly every major performance event. Not only a WR, but out of a daughter, PC Klein Frost by the great legendary Northwest sire, Sunfrost. So a very versatile pedigree on this good gelding. They call him Tough. He's a good-looking, seasoned, all-around kind of a horse, and royally bred. He's number 50, Dr. Hurd.
Here's a gelding that they've done everything on the ranch. They've used him in the feedlot. They've used him out in the pasture. They've obviously done some arena work with him. And the one thing you're going to notice about these WRs all day, every time they ask them to stop, they stop exactly the same way. They get in the ground, they get on their hocks, and they're just so athletic, and that's why he's leading so many categories as a performance horse sire. I love how these horses look where they're going and stay up and stay collected in everything that they're doing. This is a horse that there's so many of these geldings in here from Wagon Hound, and they're all pretty much the same. They've done pretty much the same with them. But here's another one that's just as athletic as he can be. Got a great turnaround started. And some of you know that in the Run for the Million, Wagon Hound just won that with one of their own horses on the ranch horse side, the ranching heritage side. So here's you a chance to own one. Go home and do whatever you want to do. You can work them on the ranch, work them in the feedlot, or go to the horse show with them.
All right, once again, that's hip number 50 from the Wagon Hound Landing Livestock, Tough Time Cat. That takes us to 51 in the book, TRR Patty's Rosita. This is a 2018 sorrel filly. Sired by the senior reference sire right here at the 4/6s Ranch, Patty's Irish Whiskey, and out of a direct daughter of the NCHA Triple Crown winner, the great Smart Little Lena. Second down, a great producing daughter, Freckles Playboy, Rosie's Playboy Lena. She produced an NCHA Open World Champion with Rosie's Lena. So a royally bred individual right here by Patty's Irish Whiskey, and just a young whiskey mare, Dr. Hurd, hip 51.
You know, if you like the Patty's Irish Whiskeys as well as Eleanor and I do, you had to pay attention when you saw this mare in the sale. Here's a mare that's got tremendous potential. They've used her on the ranch. You can take her home, get her ready to go to the horse show if you want to do that. You can ride her on the ranch, and then you're going to have a royally bred broodmare when you get through with that. I mean, she's a granddaughter of Smart Little Lena by the great Patty's Irish Whiskey. And Jason this morning, as I talked to him, he said, we've done everything that you can do on the ranch with her. We love her. She's been everywhere. We've hauled her to Kansas. We've hauled her to New Mexico. We've done everything that we can. He said, she's just been a good one all the time that we've had her and everything we've asked her to do. So you want to pay attention here because you've got performance, you've got experience, and you got a fabulous pedigree.
All right. That'll take it hip 54 in the catalog. The 4/6s Ranch consignment, Boone's Future. Another good red roan gelding. This one by the Boone. Just a 2-year-old. Boy, we've watched Dusty Burson here ride this horse now for 2 days and talk about a cool, calm, collected kind of a 2-year-old gelding. Here he is, sired by the King Ranch reference sire that stands right here at the 4/6s. The Boone, out of a daughter playing stylish on the bottom side. That's out of a Tenano Badger mare, outstanding future. So a royally bred gelding coming to you from Dusty Burson.
This is another one of those, when you go through the catalog the first time, you see this horse's picture, you look at his pedigree, and you really want to see what he's like in real life. And we've watched him the last 2 days. Dusty got here yesterday, brought him over here, never been in the arena, never been away from home, just as quiet as he could be. And he's been that way this morning. He stays quiet. loping these circles the way we talked about, the way we want one, and every time he stops just like he did right there. He's got those legs up under him, he gets in the ground, he stays soft in his face. I think this is a tremendous prospect for you. He's a really, really good moving horse. Bound to have a lot of cow down the road, being the way he's bred. But here is a real prospect for you in a 2-year-old gelding. And all of you know what a great hand Dusty is when he starts these horses. He's going to stay soft. He keeps them soft, and he'll be soft when you get him home.
I'd call your attention to the fact, too, that this colt's out of a really good proven mare here from the 6. Is a great show mare, Stylish Future. She won over 5,300. AQHA Versatility Ranch Trail and Working Ranch Horse Division Open Champion. So out of a good mare, and by the great, great cutting horse from the King Ranch, the Boone.
One thing about Dusty, I mean, this is only a 2-year-old now, folks. Look what all he's got him doing. Jim and I went up there a couple of years ago, and Dusty was riding a 2-year-old out across there. He puts some miles on him, and then he knows what to do in the arena when he brings them in to put a little more finish on them. This is a really good prospect for you right here. There's a lot of older horses that you can't ask them to do what he just did and have them walk off with their head down and stay quiet like this. This is a really rare young horse right here as you watch him go. Keeps that head right down where it needs to be all the time, really soft, good prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Dusty. That brings us to the next one, ladies and gentlemen. Hip number 55. 55 is a Beggs Cattle Company consignment. Here's one, Bacaco Cat Zero, a 2020 Gray Gelding, sire by the reference sire for the Beggs Cattle Company. He's here at the 4/6s for you to see as well. The great, very special cat, the money earner by Highbrow Cat, a beautiful gray son of Highbrow Cat out of a Shorty Lena mare. This horse out of one of the really good Beggs families on the bottom side. Dr. Echo, the sire of the dam, Miss Bacaco Tano, not only by Dr. Echo, but out of a Tanqueray Gin mare that's out of one of these good Beggs mares as well. So great Beggs pedigree on the bottom side. Just falls right into that same pattern with all these other good young Beggs gelding riding around just right. Dr. Hurd, there's another one, no exception to the rule, another good young 2-year-old Beggs gelding.
You know, I told you a while ago when he brought the first one in, we can't say something different because they're all the same. They lope these circles. They got their shoulders up. You don't have stuff to fix when you get home. You just need to take them and go ahead and ride them. Look how correct this horse is in his shoulders. He's got his shoulder up where it ought to be. He's got his hindquarters to the inside. He's sound in his circles. He's got great lead departures. I think he's a really pretty mover too. You can do about anything you want to do with this horse in the next couple of years. Stops pretty much the same every time he stops him. Another one, just like the last one that was in here, just do whatever you want to do with him when you get him home.
All right, that was hip 55, Bacaco Cat Zero from the Beggs Cattle Company. That'll take us to hip number 63 for the 4/6s, Dashing Figure. Dashing Figure, 2009 Sorrel Gelding by Playing Attraction, the great reference sire here. He, too, here in the Stallion Barn at the 4/6s Ranch. Several of these stallions are in the on the back side, be the east side of the race barn, we call it. So a lot of these stallions, in addition to the stallions in the Stallion Barn and just out back of the Stallion Barn, are located out that way too, and Playing Attraction's out there in that area. So be sure and stop by and see Playing Attraction. He's had a huge impact here on this program. Out of a Haythorn bred mare on that bottom side, figure 4 checks, but Snickle Fricks checks, a horse used, of course, at the Haythorn for many, many, many years. By playing attraction, a 2009 Sorrel Gelding, been in the string of Brewster Gwynn. What can you tell us about him, Dr. Hurd? 63.
This is another one that we really paid a lot of attention to this morning. I think he's travels about as quiet and as level-headed as you can get one. Really got a lot of impulsion off of the slope. I know so many of you are showing in shot shows and looking for a horse that you could go in the ranch riding. Here's one that you could do that. I think he's a nice moving. He's athletic. They've roped on him some. He's really good and quiet in the box. But I mean, this horse has got a 10 jog. If you were looking for one that you want to ride soft with, this is one you need to look for. In addition to this is a horse that the entire family can ride and does. He's only an 11-year-old gelding. I don't know anything else more to say about him, Jim. I don't know of a hole in him if I've watched him here for 2 days.
Okay, he's 63. Dashing figure, 4/6 consignment, 2009 Sorrel Gelding. That takes us to 69 in the catalog. Another one of these good red roans. Here's another one by Boone Sand. We had a Boone Sand in here earlier, a great cutting horse, a great sire. Was a reference sire here for several years at the 4/6 ranch. This individual, hip number 69, Sellers Boone. Just a 2013 Red Roan Gelding, not only by Boone Sand, but look at the bottom side. Talk about versatile pedigree to do anything you want. Out of an own daughter of the great racing legend, Mr. Jess Perry, that stood here his entire career. That's out of a daughter of Pepto Moonsmall on that bottom side, Bridge Canyon. They call him Red Wing. He's one that they do everything on the ranch with. Dr. Hurd, he's hip number 69, Sellers Boone.
Yeah, this is another one that they talk about that the entire family can ride. I know so many of you, when you come here, you want a horse that you can go to jackpot roping on, but you also want one you can put somebody in the family to ride when you get home, and this one does. This horse, if you watch him when they rope, this horse leads his steers off from the heading side just about as well as you could ask a horse to do. I mean, he really lugs from that saddle horn and really looks like one ought to. He's starting to turn around well. He's got a big stop, as you've already seen, gets in the ground well, real level-headed. Another nice prospect for the family, for you to go rope on. But watch this horse when they head on him. You talking about leading a steer in the right position and not getting him all twisted up behind him. This is a nice horse. Okay, thank you. Nice gelding here, folks.
Again, that was 69 Sellers Boone from the 4/6 ranch. That'll take us to hip 74, Smart Courage from the 4/6, 2020 Sorrel Gelding. Hey, here's one you're going to love, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. True Burson has had this gelding, and in true Burson style, he has him riding along just right. We watched him quite a long while out here Wednesday and again yesterday, and boy, this is a nice young horse. By WR, this cat Smart, out of a Captain Courage mare, the great race sire that stands right here. The second dam, the great mare, Genuine Attraction. She, of course, the producer of Kehati. She, the producer of Playing Stylish, and so many other greats for the 4/6 ranch. So out of one of the strongest mare lines ever in the history of this great ranch. WR, this cat Smart on top. They call him Tater Chip. Again, with True Burson. Let's watch him go. You got to love him, Dr. Hurd. 74 to book, Smart Courage.
You know, this is one of the biggest 2-year-olds we've got in the sale. He's going to have a lot of height and a lot of size. Of course, you know, if either of the Burson boys are riding one, you know they're going to get them broke. Here's a WR that's going to be athletic. He's got him. Watch this horse lope his circles, how correct he is in his circles. Just really gets that leg up under him, really drives off with some impulsion, really reaches in front like we want a horse to do, keeps that shoulder where it needs to be. I just think this horse has got, and he feels good. They've started him a little bit on cattle already, just for a 2-year-old horse. Some of these young horses don't ride in front of 1,000, 1,500 people every day, so it's quite an experience for them, and it's amazing to me every year how well they handle it. But this horse is a horse that I think he's moves that hind leg just about as good as you can make one, really swings that thing along, gets it up under him, and got tremendous reach in front for a young horse. Really started well.
All right. Thank you, Brother True, for showing us Smart Courage, hip number 74 in the catalog, just a 2-year-old. By the Wagon Hound reference sire that stands here at the 4-6. This is a great WR of this cat. Smart, out of the Captain Courage mare on the bottom side. Smart Courage, hip number 74. One of the highlights of the entire auction. Sure enough, highlighting the 2-year-olds. Big time prospect right here, ladies and gentlemen. Smart Courage. All right, that's going to bring up hip number 76 to be your next one to go. Here's a Tongue River Ranch consignment. Tongue River Ranch, pretty great. 2020 Gray Filly. Here's one by the reference sire they're using over there at Tongue River right now. CR Tough Be Great by the great Woody Be Tough. It's out of a smart little Lena mare. Can you handle it? Some of that great Bartlett breeding on the bottom side of that sire's pedigree. CR Tough Be Great. On the bottom side, this gelding out of a daughter Playboy Lena Barr by the great Freckles Playboy, your number 4 all-time leading performance sire. Second dam's a daughter of Holly Doc by the great Doc Quixote. This is a really good bred individual. This is a real good family over there at the 4-6s. They really like what they see from this dam, SR Pretty Playboy. Logan Medlin, great healer. Healing on a half sibling to this filly out of that same good mare, SR Pretty Playboy. So a really good family of horses that are actively involved right now on a very high professional level. So really, really royally bred filly by CR Tough Be Great. We like that horse.
I think I saw this mare first time on Instagram, and the thing that really fascinates me, she's got about as natural a headset as you could put on one, which leads to a lot of collection, a lot of freedom up in that front end. But she's a very talented filly. I think one of the more talented 2-year-old fillies we've got in here. She's well started. She's ready to go on and do something else with. Like I said, really watch how collected this filly is and what a natural headset she carries for a 2-year-old. I think she's got a really pretty croup and hip. Comes back down into that hock the way one ought to. She's going to be athletic. And those of you who don't know, I think all of you know what great prospects the Woody Be Toughs are, and they can do anything. They can do versatility. You can do cow horse. You can do cutting. You can do anything you want to with them. And then she's just as well bred on the bottom side. But this is a nice filly right here. It's got, I think, a lot of potential.
Okay, that was hip number 76, TRR, Pretty Great, by from the Tongue River Ranch, a 2020 Gray Filly. That takes us to hip 78 in the book, the Wagon Hound Landed Livestock Gelding, Shining Mad Cat, 2014 Sorrel Gelding, sire by the reference sire, WR This Cat Smart, the earner of over $236,000 and a $15.7 million sire, standing right here at the 4-6s ranch, the great WR This Cat Smart, out of a daughter of the legend Shining Spark. Shining Spark on top of the dam's pedigree, and out of an own daughter of the NCHA Triple Crown winner, Smart Little Lena. So a very, very versatile pedigree. First string, kind of a favorite ranch horse, they say this is. They call him Casper, and a son of WR This Cat Smart, hip 78.
This is another one of these good Wagon Hound Land and Livestock geldings. Again, he's a WR. He's going to move like a WR. He's going to stay collected. He's going to look through that bridle. He's going to show some, watch where he's going. Keeps his shoulder where it needs to be, and they all get in the ground. As I said, I think the first time Justin is in here, we've watched him grow up here at this sale. I think he was 14 or 15 the first time he came, and now he's working full-time on the ranch. But he does a great job of handling these horses. All of these WRs turn around, and you're going to like this horse really well when they rope on him. He rates his cattle really well, gets you in the right place. Very nice stop on him. He's got a good turnaround, as you just saw. A really attractive, big moving gelding right here that I think will make you a nice gelding when you get home with him. One of the things you got to like about the way Justin rides these, he's so soft with his hands and so quiet that they just stay quiet with him.
All right, that was hip number 78 in the catalog, Shining Mad Cat from the Wagon Hound Landon Livestock. And that'll take us to hip number 80, the Beggs Cattle Company consignment. Another one of these good 2-year-old Beggs Gildens, Macaco Magno. Beggs Cattle Company, they bring a great string of these Gildens every single year. Dr. Hurd will tell you a little bit more about the program and how it works, but LJ Stovall has done a fantastic job with these. We've seen so many foal crops now by this CD son of Magnolia that we've really come to respect and really like these by that great son of C.D. Olena. This one out of a straight Beggs mare on the bottom side, Mr. Height of Flow, horse that was used for many years. He's by the NCHA Futurity Reserve Champion, NCHA World Reserve Champion, Hall of Famer, the great Heighta's Little Pep. And out of a daughter preferred Jen, a horse that was bred right here at the 4-6s and used at the Beggs for many years. Hip number 80 in the catalog, Macaco Magno, a Beggs Cattle Company consignment.
You know, here's another one, just like I've said, as I told you to start with, I can only say so much because they're all pretty much the same. Like I said, we bought 3 years ago a daughter of CD son of Magnolia, rode her for 6 months, took her to her first show and put 16 performance points on her in her first show. That's how athletic these horses are. Again, I'll talk again about where these horses, how well they do position these horses' hindquarters. They keep that shoulder up, and when you get them home, then you can go ahead and do whatever you want to. I think this is one of the prettier geldings in their consignment this year. He's just a really nice looking horse, and these horses will mature with a lot of maturity and volume and muscle as they get older. But here's a horse that's well started. LJ's doing a great job on these horses as he's bringing them to us.
Sarah Riddle, come to the announcer stand, please. Sarah Riddle, if you're in the building, come to the announcer stand. All right, that'll take us right along to hip number 82 in the catalog. The 4-6s Ranch consignment, Rockin' to Play. Rockin' to Play of 2014. Here's a good season Gilded 2014 Sorrel Gilded by Rockin' W. Out of Your Turn to Play, that's a fantastic family here on the bottom side, playing stylish. That Tankery Gin, Your Turn to Play, goes back to a great horse used here at the ranch for many years, Johnny Gaybar. So a really good family on that bottom side. This one's been in the string with spur leather. They call him Coon. Dr. Hurd, how about him? Hip number 82, Rockin' to Play.
Spur's, I guess, at least a third generation cowboy here on the ranch. Of course, he's Joe Leather's grandson. But and if you've ever watched Joe ride, watch this young man ride. He looks, his legs and his waist looks exactly like Joe. Spur is really starting to show some horses in the Rain Cow Horse, getting along really well with them in the youth classes. This is a horse that got a lot of stop, a lot of turnaround. I think he's a big, pretty horse. He's a good mover. He's got a really good rollback that they've started on him already. I think he goes to the ground well and he stops. Like I said, they've shown him as a younger horse, and Spur puts a comment in there that he's going to be missed by the whole family. So here's a nice gelding for you to go on and do stuff. And just because this horse has been to the show ring, this doesn't mean that he hadn't been on the ranch, because you can go ahead and do other stuff with him. Y'all, everybody see how soft that horse went into the ground right there? That's training, folks, and there's a lot of time and effort put into that to get these horses to do that. And Spur is making a real hand getting these horses shown and moving them forward.
All right, once again, that was hip number 82, and Mr. Spur Leathers, Rockin' to Play from the 4-6s Ranch. And that'll take you to hip number 88 in the catalog, P.F. Pepe Hickory Cat, a Pitchfork Landon Cattle Company consignment. Sire by Peppier Gray, a son of I'm a Little Peppier by Peppy Sand Badger. The Peppier Gray, a horse that was used at the Pitchfork for several years. This one out of a Cat Silver mare, a former reference sire at the Pitchfork, a great horse that they lost due to an untimely death. The great Cat Silver, need no introduction. He was one of the great sires over there at the Pitchfork. Royally bred, kind of a gelding right here. They call him Chief, been in John Jones' string. He's P.F. Peppy Hickory Cat by the Peppier Gray and out of a daughter of Cat Silver.
You know, this is only a 6-year-old gelding. I think he's got a lot of eye appeal. I think he's, every time I've watched him, he's been extremely quiet. They've got him loping these circles just about as quiet as you can get one. I love his head. I love his neck and how he carries that out there in front of his shoulders where it ought to be. He's a really free-moving, got some good stops on him, starting to turn around good. They think he's a horse that's really ready to go on and do whatever you want to do with him. If you want to go to the show pen, you can. If you want to ranch on him, you can do that. But look what great condition they've got this horse in, Jim. Here's a nice young gelding for you. We haven't seen a lot of the Peppier Grays in the sale through the years, but the bottom side of that, Cat Silver and Straight Silver, are two of the legends in this part of the world as far as performance horse sires. So here's one that's the right cross. Obviously it's working. Nice, quiet gelding here for you.
Okay, again, that was 88 P.F. Peppy Hickory Cat. That'll take us to the Beggs consignment, hip number 89. 89 in your catalog, Bacaco Wrangler. Bacaco Wrangler, a 2018 bay gelding, sired by the CD son of Magnolia that's standing right here at the 4-6s for Beggs. And out of a straight Beggs mare, Dr. Echo, a great Beggs reference sire used many years, as was Play Jimmy too. So, royally bred individual on both sides of his pedigree, infused with cow sense and athletic ability. They call him Nemo, been with L.J. Stovall. Let's watch him go, 89.
Here's another one of those that when you get your catalog and you go through there and you see the picture of this horse, you can't draw a horse any better balanced than this horse. Look at the top to bottom line ratio of his neck. Look at the top to bottom line ratio of his body. And look what a square hip this young horse has. Now, this is a 4-year-old gelding. They had him in the sale 2 years ago. They took him out. LJ's had him the whole time. He told me this morning, he said, it's really been fun having a horse that if I need to go do something, I can just get on him and go do it. And that's how they look at this horse. They were ponying 2-year-olds on him this morning. He's got a good stop already started. He'll roll back. He's really, I think, a good-looking, attractive horse. And he's old enough that you can go ahead and ask him to do stuff when you get him home. Here's a gelding that is ready to go and make a living for you doing whatever you want to do. Nice, attractive, really good looking. LJ's done a nice job with him. Beggs doesn't bring us very many horses that aren't 2-year-olds, and here's an opportunity to get one of the good ones.
All right, again, that's 89, the Beggs Cattle Company consignment, Bacaco Wrangler, a 2018 bay gelding, coming to you from the Beggs. Just flip your page right there to hip number 90, Bet He's a Jennin. Bet He's a Jennin, a 2016 Red Roan Stallion. Coming to you from the 4-6s Ranch, this good son of Bet He's a Cat, out of a daughter of Stoley, the great race sire that stood here many, many years. Out of Jennin Hollywood, the great Tankery Gin mare. Out of that Hollywood Gold mare, Hollywood Valiant. So a roly bred individual. The horse has got the entire package, done a little bit of everything. Resident trainer Terry Riddle aboard. Dr. Hurd, how you like him? Hip 90.
Those of you that are here looking for a stallion prospect, you need to wake up and pay attention, because here is one. This is a horse, they've done everything in the world on him. I want you to look at the scope of this horse through his neck and from his throat latch to his wither. You can't get a horse to show you any more scope and refinement than this horse does. He's won everywhere they've taken him. He's a two-reined horse right now. He's ready to go on. I think you can do about anything you want to. If you want to show him, you can. If you want to make a stallion out of him, you can do that. But this is a nice horse. Got his lead changes. Stays quiet in these circles. Got a great speed and size variation. Terry's done a really nice job with him. Look how flat he stays in these circles. Follows around the arc of the circle like one ought to. Comes back in that slow, small circle, just exactly. And as they say in this write-up, he's got all the buttons that you need. Here's a stallion prospect for you, a show horse prospect, whatever you want to do. Here's a prospect. Great lead changes, puts that front leg out there where it needs to be. Like I said, won the 2021 Colorado State Fair herd work. 2022 Panhandle Fling 2-rein open class. Watch this horse stop. Watch how correct this horse is in his turnarounds. Turns around that inside hind leg the way one should. Terry's just done a really nice job. And it really doesn't look to me like, and me watching him the last couple of days, it doesn't really matter what you ask him to do. He stays quiet. Gets in the ground, turns around, runs his circles, changes leads. I don't know what else you want one to do. Look how correct this horse is in this spin.
One of the sale highlights, ladies and gentlemen, the total package right here. Betty's a Genin 2016 Red Roan Stallion by the world champion Betty's a Cat out of that Stoley mare. So many great performance horses, ranch horses have been bred and raised right here at the ranch. They're out of daughters of Stoley, and this horse is no exception. That's a good Stoley mare he's out of, and he's a Betty's a Cat, and he'll do someone a lot of good, either as a breeding horse or a performance horse or just for your own enjoyment. Hip number 90. Your next horse to go will be hip number 91, Tongue River Ranch, Tough It Out. Coming to you from Tongue River Ranch. This is a 2020 Sorrel Gelding, just a 2-year-old, by the reference sire that we spoke fondly of a moment ago, CR Tough Be Great by Woody B. Tough, out of an own daughter of a great horse that has had such an impact over at Tongue River Ranch. Tongue River Ranch Big Iron. They love the Big Irons over there at Tongue River Ranch. Not only is the dam by Big Iron, but out of an own daughter of Tankery Jen. So Gelding that ought to grow up to do it all for you with his pedigree and looks and conformation. Been in the string of Joshua Hossel. How about him, Dr. Hurd? 91, TRR Tough It Out.
You know, you've covered it, Jim. He's got a fabulous performance pedigree. This is a horse that, you know, it talks about 90 days of riding. He'd probably have 45 days of riding over 90 days, but this horse is well started. I found him to be quiet when I've watched him. He's ready to go to your house, get him home and ride him this fall. Go ahead and start asking him to do something in the spring. I think you'll have you a nice 3-year-old gelding here by this time next year. Joshua's done a nice job of getting this horse started. He's got it, he's got him soft and kept him quiet, and that's about all you can ask for in a 2-year-old gelding at this stage. Joshua, nice job.
All right, again, that's 91. Tongue River Ranch, Tough It Out. Consignment of the Tongue River Ranch, selling his hip number 91 in tomorrow's auction. This is hip number 92, a Pitchfork consignment. Play days, Olena Ladd, a 2012 Sorrel Gelding, sired by Nasty CD. Nasty CD, reference sire at the Pitchfork by CD Olena. Nasty CD, an NRCHA money earner, an AQHA point earner. The Nasty CD, not only by CD Olena, but out of an own daughter of the great Doc Quixote. The Dam is pay 20 by pay 44. Former reference sire, long-time reference sire, legendary reference sire over there at the Pitchfork. Pay 44 by Preferred Pay. Great horse that stood here at the 4/6s for many, many years. And that bottom side, represented by one of the all-time greats and longest reference sires to stand at the Pitchfork, Sir. So they call him Claude. He's a straight, good-bred Pitchfork gelding, hip number 92, the kind you'd like to own. Here he is, Dr. Hurd.
Jim, thank you. The Pitchfork has brought some really good mature geldings here this year, and this is one of them. This is a horse that's got a lot of scope as you see him. I watched him on the video, watched him here for 2 days. He's a good roping horse. He's broke. He looks really good on the heading side. They rope both ends on him. You're going to get to see him here in a little while. But if you look at the pedigree on the bottom side of this, all the horses that made these Pitchfork geldings so famous are in that bottom side of that pedigree. So you want to look at that because they put some of this new blood on top of that. Look at this horse turn around and stay quiet, stays between the reins just like you want one to do.
All right, again, that's hip number 92, Play Days Olena Ladd, coming to you from the Pitchfork Landing Cattle. That takes us to hip number 95 in the catalog, Bacaco Play to Flow. Bacaco Play to Flow, Beggs Cattle Company, 2-year-old, one of these highlights of the auction, these 2-year-old Beggs geldings. This one by Play Jimmy 2, used for so many years at the Beggs Cattle Company. The great Play Jimmy 2 by Freckles Playboy, the number 4 all-time leading performance sire. Out of an order, Mr. Haida Flow, the great son of Haida's Little Pep, another great all-time leading sire. The second dam, out of a daughter of the great Preferred Gin, was used for many, many years. A son of Preferred Pay, out of a daughter Tanqueray Gin, was bred right here by the 4/6s Ranch and used at the Beggs for many years. Here's a seasoned Beggs gelding coming to you from the string of Quentin Daniel, hip number 95 in your catalog.
Each year Beggs brings us one really broke gelding, and this is is that gelding this year. Jim and I were talking a while ago. This horse 40 years ago would have been grand champion at every quarter horse show that there was. I mean, he is stout. If you're looking for a gelding that's old-time, stout, well-made gelding, here's what you're looking for. They've done everything in the world on him. They've shown him in NRHA events, and says they'd like to have a mature. He gets along better with a mature rider just because he's got so much ability. And so here's a gelding that's got a lot of substance, a lot of size, a lot of volume, a real nice horse for you to take home and ride or go to the ranch or do what you want to do with it.
All right, that's hip 95, Bacaco Plate Flow from the Beggs Cattle Company, ladies and gentlemen. Hip 95 in your sale catalog, the son of Play Jimmy 2. Here's a 4.6's gelded you're going to really like. We watched this colt all morning. He really grew on us out here. Just a 2-year-old now, keep in mind. Metallic Canyon. Of course, he should be a good one, being out of this mare, Wall Canyon. That's one of the nicest mares that Six has ever owned. Metallic Masterpiece is a sire. Of course, Metallic Masterpiece is a reference sire here at the 4.6's Ranch, being by Metallic Cat. And out of that, great daughter of Little Peppy, King's Masterpiece. And Metallic Masterpiece, a $73,000 winner in his own right. So a royally bred individual out of Wall Canyon. Kyle Houston calls him Walls. Metallic Canyon, hip number 96 in the sale catalog, a 2-year-old own son of Metallic Masterpiece, and a really, really, really nice 2-year-old to ride around.
You know, sometimes we stay up here, get up here pretty early and start watching these. Here's a young horse that is exceptional. He is so quiet, so low-headed, so carries himself, and just stays the same in everything they do with him. Here is a nice 2-year-old gelding. Put that young man on there with him. He's soft in his jog. He's low-headed. He's really starting to want to stop. And they told me on Wednesday or Thursday, this horse only had about 45 saddlings. I want you to really watch this horse because he's the real deal. Great cadence to his lope, really soft in his jog. Just a good young horse here, as good as anything we've had in the pen this morning, and he's done a nice job of getting him started. Very limited riding, but really stays quiet, and just every time he moves off after they ask him, just drops that head down and walks off, stays quiet. Got a nice extended jog already, moves into that lope, good transition there. Nice prospect for you right here. How about that, folks, for a 2-year-old? Just keeps that head right down there. Nice young gelding. Kyle, you've done a nice job with him.
All right, thank you. That's Metallic Canyon, hip number 96 in the catalog, coming to you from the 4.6's. Just a 2-year-old gelding by Metallic Masterpiece, and out of that swinging peppy mare, Wall Canyon. You'll see a lot of her babies in this sale. I think there's 2 or 3, one in here, and some of her granddette as well by the great mare Wall Canyon. So here we go with hip number 101 from the King Ranch, ladies and gentlemen. 101's your next one. 101, Brown the Badger, 2015 Bay Gelding from the King Ranch. They call him Brown the Badger on the top. And, of course, he's been with Rick Falcone. Rick is the manager of the Heifer Development. Many of you know Rick. He's been featured in the King Ranch Saddle Shop magazines and also in the Western Horseman, famous for his mustache. Many people know him. Great cowboy down at the King Ranch, once again, manager of the Heifer Development. They've done everything imaginable with this horse, proven to be competitive at ranch rodeos as well as breakaway ropings, calf ropings, and healing. Leaves the box good, rates and times just right. Dr. Hurd, you know this horse pretty well. I'll let you say some more about him, but he is a really good horse by former reference sire right here at the 4.6's Ranch. Where's the Cat? Out of the Rita Sweet Badger mare. Hip 101, Brown the Badger.
I saw this horse for the first time when he was a yearling. I liked him then. I still like him. You need to go watch this horse's video because they do everything in the world. He walks across tarps. He drags the raincoat. They do everything in the world on him. You talking about a gelding that is broke and solid. This is one that you want to pay attention to. And besides that, you might be able to get your picture made with Rick. You can be on the front page of the Western Horseman. This is a nice, broke, quiet gelding. They've worked him on the ranch. They've got him doing everything that you can do. A nice young gelding here that's ready to go do some stuff at your house. And if you just want to show him off to people, walking him across the tarps and dragging raincoats and taking your granddaughter to ride behind you, here's a horse that can do it. This is a nice gelding, I think one of the better consignments in the gelding offerings that we have. They've used this horse in the ranch rodeos, breakaway roping, calf roping, heeling. I guess we'll see him rope on him here in a minute. Jim, can you do that? Just stand up on him.
I can't do it, and I recommend you not doing it without your life alert anyway. All right, that's one of the highlights in the gelding department, ladies and gentlemen. Hip number 101, Brown the Badger, coming to you from the King Ranch, 2015 Bay Gelding. That takes us to hip number 102 in the catalog. Hip number 102, your next horse to perform. Tongue River Ranch, Peptosa Grinch, coming to you from the big Tongue River Ranch, a 2020 Sorrel filly. Grinch with a gun, the Reverend Sire at the Tongue River Ranch, of course, the sire of this good filly. They've used him up there now for several years, and they're really liking the Grinch with the guns. This one out of a Pepsid mare, of course, the famous Pepsid. Need no introduction. He, that great senior Reverend Sire at Tongue River Ranch, one of the best in the ranch horse world. The great Pepsid out of a daughter, Sanjolina, another great performer in sire. AQHA Ranch and Heritage eligible. Grinch with a gun, Pepsid on the bottom side. A nice individual from a great female line at Tongue River Ranch.
I talked to him about this filly. You know, Tongue River has brought at least 3, maybe more, of these nice young fillies that they've been riding. Here's a filly that's got a lot of hip to her, a lot of the right kind of turnover croup. This filly stayed quiet while I've watched her. I think she's well started, got a good start on her. She's got some brothers and sisters that they've won with through the years at various ranch rodeos and that sort of thing. The filly seems to be natural leaded, takes that lead and moves right off. She's only had a little bit of riding, but she's well started for you to take and either ride her yourself, send her off, and spend some time with her.
All right, thank you for showing us hip number 102. Now, friends, we're going to back up in your catalog to hip number 98. Terry Riddle had to get out of order here a little bit, show you that last great stud for the 4.6s, and he's going to get number 98, and then we'll be back in catalog order. Here's a gelding you're going to really like, a 4-year-old. Coming to you from the 4.6s Ranch. Hip number 98 in your catalog. Here he is. I want to show you a beautiful, beautiful gray gelding. Just the right kind. Got the cowboy color, cowboy size, and the cowboy look to him. He is by the former Creek Plantation reference sire, Wagon Stake. Mr. William Morris of Creek Plantation's with us here today. Wagon Stake on that top side. The son of Tankery Jen was used here in his last years at the 4.6s. Out of a Haythorn bred mare on that bottom side, out of a figure 4 checks mare, for Frankly Scarlet. You'll see 3 of her offspring in here, that 4 Frankly Scarlet, in this auction this year, out of that great mare by figure 4 checks, out of Miss Blue Quail, a legendary producer in her own right. So, really good bred individual they call Turtle. Terry Riddle's got him in his string. Let's watch Turtle go, hip number 98.
I talked to Terry quite a bit about this young horse. He's a 4-year-old, but he really hadn't been ridden that much. He's pretty green. Terry was kind of keeping him around for a horse for him to ride, and then they decided to put him in the sale, so he's put some hours on him here lately. But you talking about one that when you go through the catalog, if this one didn't jump out at you, you're really missing something here, because I think he's about as pretty as you can make a gelding. He's well started. He's big. He's pretty. He's a good mover. I think he's light in his face as you watch him. He's starting to really make a nice horse. Got as good a walk as you can put on a young horse. If you want just a horse that you want to go ride and go on a trail ride or something as he gets a little further along, this is a pretty mover, and he keeps those ears up and watching where he's going all the time. This is one of the highlights of the middle-aged geldings in the sale, I think, as far as just an attractive, well-started young horse. Terry's got his transitions going, kept him light. Nice gelding, Jim.
Okay, Terry, thank you for showing us that Wagon Stake gelding, hip number 98 in the book. Beautiful gray gelding coming here from the 4.6s Ranch, sired by Wagon Stake. That'll put us back in catalog order to hip number 110, ladies and gentlemen, the Wagon Hound Land and Livestock Consignment. Tanana Smart Doc. Tanana Smart Doc, a 2013 sorrel gelding. Here's one of a genuine masterpiece, the $91,000 winning son of the legend Shining Spark. Out of the W.R. This Cat Smart mare, Tanana's Smart Look by W.R. This Cat Smart, and out of the great mare, Little Tanana, an NCHA futurity champion, one of the greatest cutting mares of all time. They call him Pierre. Nice looking kind of a gelding that's done it all up there on the big ranch at Wagon Hound. Genuine masterpiece of sire. He's noted to sire some of these great ranch geldings and all-around performance champions. Hip number 110, Tanana Smart Doc in your catalog.
Here's another one of these good Wagon Hound geldings. We've talked about him. Watch this horse on the video. He's broke. He's got a nice handle. They've done a lot. When they rope on him, I think he rates his cattle really well, at least when I've watched him. They've ridden him outside. They've ridden him inside. He'll work gates. You can do whatever you want to do with him. He's handles the head side really well, and they've started healing on him. This is a nice young gelding here. He's be 9 years old, be 10 years old in January. Pretty moving horse, just a nice gelding to go on and do something with. Shannon's showing him to us here today, and a nice young gelding.
All right, again, that was 110 to Nina Smart Doc from the Wagon Hound Landing Livestock. That'll take us to 112, another one of these good 2-year-old Beggs Geldings. Beggs Cattle Company brings you Bacaco Capone, a 2020 Sorrel Gelding. Sire by the reference sire, CD son of Magnolia. Out of a daughter, Where's the Cat? Reference sire used here at the Sixes for many years. That was the sire of the good King Ranch Gelding that we showed you here a moment ago. Where's the Cat? Out of a straight silver mare, Miss Bacaco Silver. A good gelding started by L.J. Stovall, as all these others have been. He's right in that same mold with these other really good Beggs 2-year-olds. Bacaco Capone by C.D. Son of Magnolia.
You have to really be impressed at how consistent these Beggs geldings are when they come in here. You know, their head's in the same place, their shoulders are in the same place, their hindquarters, they go across that middle, just reverse the arc on them, and they just stay quiet and soft. LJ's doing a super good job with these young horses. This horse, I think, is one of the prettier movers of the consignment. Really a nice gelding. Look how consistent this horse jogs. Same stride every single stride. Keeps that head right where it needs to be, looks through the bridle. Love the tail carriage on these horses. Just a neat picture every time you see these horses. And some of you in here have already bought horses from Beggs, and you know how good they are. This is another one that you'll love when you get him home.
All right, again, that was 112, Bacaco Capone from the Beggs Cattle Company. That'll take us to hip number 114. 114 from the 4-6's Ranch. Heavenly Attraction, a 2005 Sorrel Gelding. Sire by 7 from Heaven, a former reference sire here at the 4-6's, a world champion junior cutting horse by the great Play Gun. Out of Gin and Attraction, one of the greatest mares ever to live here at the 4-6's Ranch. The great Gin and Attraction by Tancred Gin out of Miss Holly Tip. Gin and Attraction, a multiple proven producer, as was her famous dam, Miss Holly Tip. So a roly bred individual right here, this gelding is. Coming to you from Colton Gardner String, a 7 from Heaven. Once again, out of that great mare, Gin and Attraction. You can't go wrong with this pedigree, Dr. Hurd. 114, Heavenly Attraction.
You know, Jim, you're exactly right. And some of you have ridden those 7 from Heavens through the years, and you know they're big, stout, athletic horses. And here's the one that fits that mold. They've started roping on this horse. He's really coming along nicely in the roping box. And they do say that he needs an experienced rider just because he's got so much ability. But here's a horse that they've got him loping slow here, staying quiet. Got to love the bottom side of this horse's pedigree. What a cross that is with 7 from Heaven on that great Gin and Attraction mare. Nice gelding here that you can make you a nice ranch horse. Go to jackpots on the weekend. Just ride him, do whatever you want to do horseback.
All right, once again, that was 114 Heavenly Attraction from the 4-6's Ranch. That'll take us to one of the highlights here, one of the Gray Pitchfork Geldings, hip number 115, Gray Forks Payday. A 2012 Gray Gelding. Here's one we've enjoyed watching around here for the last few days from the famed Pitchfork Landon Cattle Company, and a Pitchfork Gray by Pay 44, and they indicate he's the last son of the great Pay 44 over there at the Pitchfork Landon Cattle Company, out of a Mr. Gray Fork mare, a straight Pitchfork pedigree that's been successful for that Remuda award-winning ranch. That pedigree's been successful for years and years and years. The last son of that great horse, Mr. Clint Jones, got him in his string. They call him Pilgrim. And we think one of the highlights of the offering right here, ladies and gentlemen, 115 Gray Forks Payday.
Jim, you're exactly right. We've watched this horse for 3 days. I got more written about him than I do any horse in the book. Watch this horse when they head on him. You talking about put you in the right position. If you can throw a rope, you can catch on this horse, because he's going to put you right where you need to be. And he's pretty good on the heeling side too. I have watched this horse for 3 days. I have yet to see him make a mistake. I've yet to see him booger from anything. He's steady. He's broke. He's good to be around, they said, and everything they've done with him. He's gentle. I asked him, I said, how gentle is he? And he said, if you know enough to put the halter on him, you can ride him. And I think that describes him rather well. I think this is one of the highlights of the gelding sale. This is the real deal here. I love the bottom side. If you're looking for a using gelding, that Commander's on the bottom side, Mr. Gray Fox. What a nice pedigree. And then the Pay 44 on the top side. Just watch this horse and everything else we do with him. Everybody that sees him says, man, what is that horse? And they'll say that if you own him. They'll want to know where you got him and what you're doing with him.
All right, thank you, Clint, for showing us hit number 115, Gray Forks Payday for the Pitchfork Landon Cattle Company. That'll take us to hip number 118 in the catalog, a great seasoned gelding called 6's Gem. 4-6's Ranch, 2004 Bay Gelding, sired by the reference sire, 6's Pick, and out of a Missing Command mare that's out of a Zan's Misty Gold mare on that bottom side. A mare from the Stewart Ranch, Remuda Award winner as well on this bottom side. Great family horse. They call him Monkey John. He's done everything on the big ranch, Dr. Hurd.
I watched this horse quite a bit Wednesday and Thursday. He stays just like you see him here. He stays quiet. He's soft in the jog. I think he's a nice, free-moving kind of a horse when you watch him. He's got a nice turnaround when they ask him to turn around. You're going to like him when they rope on him. He really gets in the right position on the heading side. This is a nice gelding. Stays quiet, got some maturity on him so that you don't have to worry about him coming unbroke. Look at the lead departure right there. I mean, that's worth a lot of money right there for one. You ask him to lope off, and he never have to pick up the reins. He just lopes off and stays quiet. Here's a good gelding for you if you're looking for a horse that's got some maturity. He's been to every corner of the ranch. They call him a faithful using horse, and I think that's a great description for him.
All right, that's Monkey John, hip number 118, 6's Gem from the 4-6's Ranch. That'll take us to another sale highlight, ladies and gentlemen, consigned by the King Ranch, the beautiful brown, says brown, black stallion, El Rey Haidas. El Rey Haidas, highly promoted King Ranch reference sire, going to be offered to you as hip number 119 in tomorrow's sale. Taquita Sugar on the top by the great C.J. Sugar, out of a direct daughter of Haidas Little Pep. It's out of a Mr. San Pepe mare, loaded with Little Pepe, Mr. San Pepe blood. outstanding individual. They've done everything imaginable on the ranch with him. They've used him for breeding as well. Again, he's a reference sire down there. He is coming to you today from Robert Segura String, 5th generation Caninos. Robert's in charge of the bull development and the purebred cattle operation down to King Ranch. So he rides an awful good horse, keeps good horses in his string, and he's bringing you this hip number 119, El Rey Haidas, a rare opportunity to buy a breeding age stallion. The great Takita Sugar, one of the fine sons of C.J. Sugar, out of the Haidas Little Pep Mare, a running W branded stallion ready for your use, anything you might desire.
Think about this for a minute, folks. Where can you go and buy a reference stallion from the King Ranch with the King Ranch brand on him, a young horse? It's got his whole future in front of him. They've already used him. There's some foals by him in the sale. They've done everything that you can do on this horse. They've rode him on the ranch. Ben Baldus started him as a young horse. They've rode him out on the ranch. You've seen the videos on YouTube and Instagram and everything else. Here's a horse that stayed quiet. They ride him with the geldings. Just a nice, quiet stallion that you can take and add this King Ranch blood to your operation at home. And on top of that, you can tell people that you've got a reference sire that came off of the King Ranch. We don't get that opportunity very often anymore, and here's your opportunity to do that. You know, I've been around this horse since he was a young horse. He's got a fabulous hair coat, and I don't know how many of you think that's important, but that is genetic. And this horse sure has a beautiful hair coat, and he stays that way every time I've ever seen him. You know, we really appreciate the King Ranch putting a horse like this in the sale and giving you as buyers a chance to own this kind of a history.
All right, hip number 121 from the Beggs Cattle Company, Bacaco Haidas Last, to be your next horse to perform. This is one of the 2-year-old geldings from the Beggs. This just happens to be a beautiful bay roan. We don't see many of that color from the Beggs. This one out of by Mr. Hideflow and out of a daughter of Dr. Echo. That particular cross has been outstanding for the Beggs colts over the years, these 2-year-old Beggs horses. That cross right there, Mr. Hideflow and Dr. Echo, and reversed, been the number one cross for the Beggs Cattle Company over the years. And so this one's been with L.J. Stovall, as has the other good 2-year-olds. Just a 2-year-old in the prime of his life, going to have that beautiful ranch cowboy color and size and style. He's hip number 121 in the catalog. Bacaco Haidas Last.
You know, Jim, we don't get a lot of the Mr. Hideflows anymore. They're using some of those younger horses, so here's an opportunity to get some of those a young 2-year-old by that great horse. You know, I told Jim a while ago when the last horse was, LJ was in here the last time, I said, I really don't know what more to say because they're all the same. And I told you that when I started. They all are broke, they're quiet, they lope their circles, they control their shoulder, they're athletic. They're just nice horses, and those of you that have been here many years know what nice horses they are. And here's an opportunity to bring one a gelding by Mr. Hideflow out of a Dr. Echo mare, which is some of the older breeding from Beggs Cattle Company.
All right, again, that's 120. Call him Knuckle, had about 60 days prowling pastures with Justin. Medicinal Meekum Blue, used by the Tongue River Ranch for many, many years. Here's a handsome gray gelding, going to have that ranch colored for you.
Was talking to Justin. He said, now it says in that catalog that he's been ridden 60 days. He said he's been ridden about 35 or 40 days. We just didn't get enough time to get that many rides on him. We intended to, but he's well started. I thought there was two gray 2-year-olds in here from Tongue River that were worth looking at for me, and this is one that I sure liked. He's quiet. They said he's got a great foot on him. I didn't get that close to him. They've ridden him outside. They've moved some cattle on him in the pastures. Just a nice young gelding that's ready to go on.
All right, this great ranch prospect you see in the arena, hip number 122, Tongue River Ranch Stylish Medicine from the Tongue River Ranch. Now we're going to back up in your catalog and catch hip number 111. 111, Terry Riddle had to switch off here. So we're going to back off and catch this good gray filly that belongs to the 4-6s. She's hip 111, an absolute sale highlight. Here she is. Watch her come in here low-headed and quiet. She's a Betty's a cat out of a direct daughter of Playgun. It's out of that Tenino Badger natural mare, natural pick. So that'd make the second dam natural pick a full sister to the great reference sire 6's pick. So here you have one of the best bred fillies in ranch country right here with her pedigree and a beautiful gray individual to add to that. Then add the kind of quality individual she is, and you see she scores pretty doggone high on anybody's poll scoring ranch kind of horses. This is a real lady right here, a beautiful, beautiful 2-year-old filly, low-headed, just right. Coming to you from the 4-6s ranch. Her name is Prairie Sage, hip 111.
Jim, I came down yesterday morning and watched Terry ride all of his sale consignments. I fell in love with this filly. I think she's a beautiful mover. She's well started, extremely nice. I think she's a fabulous versatility prospect. Of course, we know that the Betty's of Cats will do whatever you want to do on the rail with them as a rein cow horse. But you talking about a nice filly to ride. This is the real deal to me. And then you can't put a pedigree together, particularly on the bottom side of this mare's pedigree. You can't put one together any stronger from this ranch here than what that filly has. The first dam is by Playgun out of natural pick. You've got all the great horses of the 4-6s wrapped up in this filly's pedigree. This is a really opportune time for you right here to buy one of the good young fillies. that we've had pedigree-wise that we've had in the sale in a long time. Remember this filly. Sorry. Remember this filly's only a 2-year-old. Just stays quiet, makes that turnaround, drops her head, and walks off. As I've told you before, this is a rare thing if you're riding young horses for them to stay this quiet.
All right, again, one of the sale highlights, hip number 111, Prairie Sage and Terry Riddle. Outstanding individual. Should be selling hip number 111 tomorrow. And the auction starting tomorrow at 10:30. Remember, 10:30 we begin making announcements and get on into the horses about 11 o'clock. 124 will be back in catalog order, 124. Hey, here's a Pitchfork Land and Cattle Company consignment of a 2015 Gelding P.F. Gun Starlight. He's by the son of the great Gray Starlight that stood at the Pitchfork Land and Cattle for many, many years. Tejon's New Star. Tejon's New Star, an NCHA money earner, proved to be a really good, successful ranch sire over there for the Pitchfork Land and Cattle Company. Boy, here's a good traveling kind of a horse right here, Dr. Hurd, out of a daughter, Special Gun. Special Gun was a son of Play Gun, used many years at the Pitchfork. Second dam, a daughter of the legendary reference sire for the Forks, Pay 44. A ranch favorite, Posada they call him, from Levi Jones' string. Nice traveling kind of a gelding right here coming to you from the Forks.
We watched this gelding this morning. He was one that I hadn't watched earlier in the week. I watched him this morning, and he did it this morning just exactly like he's doing here. He lopes his circles quiet, stays low-headed, stops and rolls back the way one ought to, and just stays nice and quiet in everything that you ask him to do. And I tell you what, when you get up close to him, this is a big, stout gelding, folks. If you're looking for one that you want to rope on, they've started roping on him. He's really low-headed as you watch him go. They also said anybody can ride this horse. The entire family can ride him. Just watch this horse and how quiet he is. Gets in the ground. Really a great prospect for you here. He's only a 7-year-old.
All right, again, that was 124 from the Pitchfork Land and Cattle Company, P.F. Gun Starlight. That'll take us to 126 in the catalog for the 4-6s, Rosanna Sand. Rosanna Sand, a 2012 Sorrel Gelding. Here's one by Boone Sand, the former reference sire and son of Highbrow Cat. Boone Sand on the top, not a direct daughter of Freckles Playboy. For the 4-6s, Rosanna's Playgirl, the dam and own daughter of the great Freckles Playboy, number 4 all-time leading performance sire out of Rosanna Duel, one of the fine daughters of Duel Pep. Boy, what a great show mare she was. Rosanna Duel. So royally bred gelding right here, been in Kai Fuston string. They call him Trout. Old Trout, a son of Boone Sand and out of a half-sister to Smart Avenger, and a lot of other good horses coming to you from that great Rosanna Duel family. Good bred individual, comes from the 6s, 126.
This is a gelding that Kai talked to me quite a bit about on Wednesday or Thursday. He's really soft, moving horse. They've got him really, he's collected well. He's got a good stop. They've started roping on him. They think he's a really top roping prospect. I watched him here Wednesday and Thursday. Just a good, solid gelding. I got so many notes I can't read them all up here, but I think this is one of the more attractive geldings that we've got in the sale. Good soft lope.
All right, once again, that's 126 Rosanna Sand, 4/6 consignment, and a 2012 Sorrel Gelding, hip 126. That takes us to the Tongue River consignment, hip number 131 in your catalog. Tongue River Ranch Little Tough Lena, 2020 Gray Filly. Here's one by the reference sire that they're thinking so much of over there at Tongue River. CR Tough Be Great by Woody B. Tough. And out of a daughter, Smart Little Lena, Little Rosie Rosita by Smart Little Lena, and out of that great Rosie Playboy Lena mare, a fine mare, produced the NCHA World Champion cutting horse, Rosie's Lena, $310,000 winner. So from a very strong maternal side, and by that young reference sire, CR Tough Be Great. Here's one that can do it all in her future. No doubt about it. A great ranch prospect, great versatility prospect, and a great broodmare prospect for you. Hip 131, Tongue River Ranch, Little Tough Lena.
This is a young 2-year-old filly that they're just getting started. This filly's got a lot of action when you watch her move. You know, she's really got a lot of collection from behind, moves from behind, drives off those hocks when she moves. Got a lot of natural collection in her face. I think she's got a tremendous potential to be an athlete. She can't help but be an athlete, being by the son of Woody B. Tough. I have a Smart Little Lena mare. This is a nice filly for you. Limited riding, but really athletic, ready to go on and finish training.
All right, and again, that is the Tongue River consignment. Tongue River Ranch, Little Tough Lena, hip number 131 in your catalog. That'll take you to hip number 136 in catalog order. 136, Macaco's very own. Macaco Very's owns the 2020 Sorrel Gelding by a very special cat, that good son of highbrow cat that's a reference sire here at the Sixes for the Beggs Cattle Company. Out of a daughter, CD Son of Magnolia, another great reference sire you can see here at the Sixes, who's out of a daughter of Pepsit, the famous Tongue River Ranch reference sire. LJ Stovall's had him in his string about 90 days. Here's a good young gelding by the very special cat, hip 136.
You know, here's a young gelding from Beggs. It's got a little more size and frame on him than some of the geldings that they bring to us. This is a pretty loping horse. Just really does the same things we've talked about. He's starting to stop. I found him to be really soft moving, saying soft in his mouth. He stayed quiet when I've watched him, and also in the video. This is a really nice prospect. LJ's got him going just like the others. The shoulders where it ought to be, the hips where it ought to be, and just really staying soft in that stop, going to the ground, melting into the ground the way one ought to at this stage. These horses have had less than 90 days riding on them, but they're really started right, and you can take them and go on and do something with them.
All right, again, that's 136 in the catalog, the Beggs Cattle Company consignment. Macaco Very's own. That'll take us to hip number 137 to perform next, Sixes Body 16. 4/6 Ranch Consignment, a 2016 buckskin gelding. I want to show you the prettiest gelding in town, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful buckskin coming to you from the 4/6 by the senior reference sire, Sixes pick, and out of an own daughter of Tough and Busy, that son of Bueno Checks. Tough and Busy, of course, earned over 252 AQHA performance points in various performance events. One of the most versatile sons of the legend Bueno Checks, out of a Midnight Hobby by Hobby Horse Mare on that bottom side. So hip number 137, a Sixes pick, been in the string of Brewster Gwynn. They call him Booby. Beautiful buckskin he is, coming to you from the 4/6 Ranch. You got to like him.
Jim, this is a gelding that sure catches your eye. He's about as attractive as you can make one. Now, I did talk to Brewster about this horse a little bit. He hasn't had him very long. He had a couple of different riders through the years, and so he's not as far along as most 6-year-old horses. But he says he gets better every time he rides him, and you can't help but like how this horse looks. And you can see what a good mover he is, how attractive he is, how much class he's got up through his head and neck. He's got a tremendous potential. The thing that I liked that he told me is that he gets better every day, and I don't think you can ask for anything more than that. You talking about one that people will notice when you ride into the arena or into the pasture with. Here's a horse that will do that for you. One of the better looking geldings in the sale. If you're looking for a horse that you really be proud of when you get home with him, as far as what he looks like, here's a real opportunity.
Beautiful buckskin gelding sired by Sixes pick. He's got the entire package, ladies and gentlemen. Class and color and bloodline and a lot of experience to boot. So beautiful buckskin gelding, hip number 137 in your catalog. That'll take you to 139. 139, the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company consignment, PF Smart and Stylish, a 2013 Starl gelding. Here's one by Stylish Ray, the son of Dual Ray, that had a big impact and lost him at a very early age. He's a full brother to Hal Racious, a $227,000 winner, and a half brother to such great horses as Hottish. So really great individual, ladies and gentlemen, on the top side. And out of a daughter, Smart Little Lena, that's out of that great daughter of Little Peppy, King's Masterpiece. She's one of the finest producing daughters of the great Little Peppy, King's Masterpiece on that bottom side. They call him South Camp. No, he's been ridden at South Camp. They call him Chicken Hawk. Chicken Hawk. Ridden at the South Camp at the Pitchfork, ladies and gentlemen, got all the pedigree in the world. He's a Stylish Ray, once again, out of a Little Lena mare, hip number 139.
I always wonder where some of these barn names come from, and I wonder where Chicken Hawk came from on him. I watched him rope on this horse. He really runs to his cattle the way one ought to. Really handles them well on the end of the rope. This is a horse that I think is extremely athletic. Really rides between the reins the way you want one. He's a nice mover. He's got good collection, soft in his face. This horse got, I think you can do a lot of things with this horse. He's just a 9-year-old. We'll see him rope on him here in a little while. I think you'll like him.
All right, again, that was 139 from the Forks, ladies and gentlemen. PF Smart and Stylish selling 139. Here comes 142, a 4/6 consignment, Streakin' Rusty. Streakin' Rusty, a 2016 Bay gelding, coming to you from mare manager Phil Fox. Phil always rides a good one. They call him Clyde. Slick young athlete he is. He's by the legend that stood here his entire life, rather. Number 3 all-time leading racehorse sire, the great Mr. Jess Perry. Out of a Royal Quick Dash mare, Rusty's Quicket. That's a great, great performing mare in her own right. Earned over 87,000 on the track. So here's one that's been to the track, back, used around here, around the mare barn, sorting mares and so forth. And one, if you got something to do requiring some speed, that'll put you right there on the top. Hip 142, Streaking Rusty.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If you're here looking for a horse with some speed, looking for a barrel horse, a horse that can really go do something, you really need to pay attention to this horse here. You can just see him running the barrels every time I watch him move. He's a big moving horse. I think he's one of the best looking horses in the sale. Big, got a lot of size, got a lot of scope to him. Really well made out over his croup and hip. Of course, Phil has done a lot with him. He's balanced. He's got a diversified pedigree, big moving horse. Those of you that are here looking for a barrel horse or a speed horse of some kind, really pay attention to this horse in the sale because he could be the one you've been looking for. One thing about when Phil rides one, he rides them quiet and he puts a good foundation on them. You could take this horse and go on and do some stuff with him in the arena.
All right, again, that was 142, Streaking Rusty. That takes us to 144, Beggs Cattle Company Consignment, Macaco Special 7. A 2020 Gildan, I believe he's turned gray. Originally registered as Palomino, they'll correct that for you. A gray Gildan, sired by Very Special Cat, the gray reference sire by Highbrow Cat. Out of a Beggs mare, Miss Macaco 7 mag, see she's by CD Son of Magnolia. Out of the Mr. Hydaflow mare, Miss Macaco Hydaflow. Outstanding Beggs mare on that bottom side that produced this good gelding. Been with L.J. Stovall, Very Special Cat, CD Son of Magnolia mare. This has proven to be a very good cross for the Beggs. We're just now seeing these Very Special Cats out of these CD Son of Magnolia mares come to town. Liking what we see. Hip number 144 from the Beggs Cattle Company, Macaco Special 7.
You know, I don't know how many LJs got in here, but I've told you everything I know to tell you about them. They're quiet. They stay between the reins. They're collected. They're balanced. They're all attractive horses when you look at them, and that just goes with the Beggs Cattle Company horses that they bring here every year. They're just they're what you're looking for in a young prospect that you can do multiple things with. You can rope on them. You can do the versatility events. Just do whatever you want to do because they're bred the right way and they're started right for you. And here's another one that meets those criteria.
All right, that's 144, Macaco Special 7. That takes us to Tongue River Ranch, hip number 148. 148, I believe, Tongue River Ranch Consignment. She ready to go? Tongue River Ranch, Great with a Gun. A 2020 Gray filly by C.R. Tough Be Great. CR Tough Be Great, the son of the legend Woody B. Tough on that top side. Out of a direct daughter Play Gun that's out of Charlena. That's been a great producing family for the Tongue River Ranch, that Charlena family. Out of one of the best producing mares on the ranch, the catalog indicates. Braden Obermeyer has had this gray filly in his string. Now, Bubba told me that this filly as a yearling had a little sticker in her left eye, and it left a spot. She sees good out of that left eye, but she's got a spot in her left eye. I want to call that to your attention, and we'll do it again at tomorrow's sale. But a gray filly, granddaughter Woody B. Tough, and a granddaughter of Play Gun. I don't know how you wrap up a package any better than that, Dr. Hurd.
I'm not sure that you can, Jim. And, you know, I've been really impressed with the CR Tuffy Gray babies they brought in here. This is another filly that they've brought us. They don't bring a lot of fillies to the sale. They brought 3 or 4 this year. They're all nice prospects. Here's another prospect that's soft moving, quiet, got her soft in the bridle, just where she ought to be in her training. She's so athletic. You can tell how athletic she is. Look at her turn around here over those hocks. Just what you're looking for in a prospect, and that's what she is. She's really well broke and quiet. Got a nice handle started on her. Nice filly.
All right, thank you, Braden. TRR Great with a Gun, hip number 148 from the Tongue River Ranch. That'll take us to the Wagon Hound Landon Livestock Consignment, hip number 149. Smart Marie Ray, 149 in your catalog. Smart Marie Ray, a 2014 Sorrel Gelding. He is sired by the legendary Dual Ray, the number 2 all-time leading money-earning sire performance horses. Dual Ray on the top, and out of an own daughter, the Triple Crown winner, Smart Little Lena. It's out of Rosemary Murata, very proven performing and producing daughter of the legend Freckles Murata. They call him Floyd. Joe Carter considers him a top-end gelding. He's done everything up there on the big historic ranch. Best Remuda Award winner, Wagon Hound Landon Livestock, hip number 149.
Jim, here's another one that in the picture you really want to see this horse. And then you look at his pedigree and you think, here's one that's going to ride and do anything you want to do with him. Joe does a nice job. That's not him showing the horse, of course. But here's a nice big gelding that is stout. I suppose you could do anything in the world on him. They've roped on him some. They do calf roping. They ride him on the ranch. Cover a lot of country with him. He's just real typical of these good geldings that Wagon Hound has brought to us every year. Got a real correct turnaround. You look at that pedigree and wish he was a mare so that you put him in your broodmare band, but he's not. But he's still got that genetics to be a performance horse. Preston, nice job on another one. Thank you.
All right, again, that's the Wagon Hound Landon Livestock Consignment. Smart Marie Ray, hip number 149 in tomorrow's offering. We'll go to 150 directly across the page there to the 4-6s consignment. 6's Red Lad. 6's Red Lad, a 2017 Sorrel Gelding. Sire by the senior reference sire, the great 6's pick on the top, out of a triage mare. We've seen several of those triage mares used here in this performance program the last 3 or 4 years. A group of mares Doc got from Kentucky, and they have really been good to cross with 6's pick. Good looking horses, kind of last you all day long. Scott Cutright's had this one in his string. They call him Dollar. He is hip number 150, 6's Red Lad.
Is showing us this horse. He wanted to make sure that we did, and you already have done it, that Scott Cutright rode this horse, and Spur's just riding him for him today. He's a little green. Spur told me this morning. Needs an experienced rider. He's got lots of potential, and you can see that here. Pretty moving horse, big moving horse, covers a lot of ground, and I think he's a real attractive young horse when you watch him here.
All right, and we're going to back up now in the catalog. Thank you once again. That was hip number 150. And we're going to back up to 123 in your catalog. Get out of catalog order here a minute for Terry Riddle to show you hip number 123, Cowboy Empire. 4-6s consignment. 2020 Red Roan Colt, Stallion Prospect, Rain Cow Horse Prospect. Anything you want a horse to do, horseback prospect. Sired by Metallic Cat, out of the mare Miss North Platte. Miss North Platte by Guthrie City Limits, one of the reference sires right here. You can see him here at the 4-6s. And out of Haythorne 812 by Snickle Fritz Mikey by the great Snickle Fritz Checks. So that King Fritz on the bottom side, Metallic Cat on top, guarantees you a performance future for this nice 2-year-old colt. Watch the way he carries himself, how easy he is to trot along, get along with, never raises that head. An outstanding son of the great Metallic Cat, on his way to being the number 1 sire of all time, already a $54 million sire, the great Metallic Cat on top. Out of that Guthrie mare on the bottom, Cowboy Empire, 123.
Here's a young horse, only a 2-year-old, that I think is pretty eye-catching. He's got about as soft and a pretty a jog as you can put on a horse. I love the scope that he shows out through his neck and throat latch. Just got so many good things about him as you watch him here. He's a pretty mover. He's well started. He's a good prospect if you're looking for a stallion prospect. He's got a lot of good things about him. Real well started in his circles. And just soft in the bridle. Nice moving young horse right here. Remember, he's just a 2-year-old. I know he looks more mature than that, but he's just a 2-year-old, and Terry's done a really, really nice job with this young horse. This horse really wanting to start to stop. Of course, you'd expect that the way he's bred, but
Okay, again, that's hip number 123, Cowboy Empire from the 4 Sixes Ranch, a great stallion prospect, great versatility ranch prospect. Anything you ask a horse to do, buy the great metallic cat, $54 million sire, and out of that Guthrie mare. He'll sell his hip number 123 and be a highlight in tomorrow's sale. We'll be back in catalog order to 151. 151. All right, here's another one of these good seasoned Pitchfork Gray Geldings. This is 151 PF Olena Badger, a 2013 Gray Gelding, sired by the reference sire at the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company, ladies and gentlemen. Nasty CD by CD Olena. Out of an own daughter, Sir, that's out of a Grade D bar mare. Boy, that's been a cross that's worked over there for 40 years at the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company. They call him Drowsy. He's in Clay Timmons' string. Clayton rides nothing but a good one. And here's one we've seen for 2 or 3 days around here perform, and I think you'll really like him. He's 151 PF Olena Badger from the Pitchfork Landing Cattle Company.
You know, when we first started having these ranch horse sales and selling these ranch geldings, everybody talked about Pitchfork Gray. Well, we got 2 of them. Here's one of them. This horse is solid as he can be. We've watched him for 3 days. He's gentle. Of course, Clay doesn't bring anything but one that's gentle. He's big, stout, quiet. The entire family can ride him. They've competed on him in ranch rodeos and team ropings, even ridden him in the local parades. Here's a horse that is really what made the name of the Pitchfork Gray Geldings. This is what they were right here, just broken, quiet, big, stout, pretty sound. Look at the bone, foot, and all on this horse. This is a nice representation from the Pitchfork Ranch.
Okay, Clay. Okay, Clay, thank you for bringing us 151 PF Olena Badger, one of the highlights in the Gelding offering. That'll take us to 159. Here's another great prospect from the 4 Sixes Ranch. Ladies and gentlemen, hip number 159, Gunpowder Wagon. Gunpowder Wagon, a 2019 Gray Gelding. Here's one sired by the Creek Plantation, former reference sire. Wagon Steak by Tanqueray Gin. Creek Plantation on the top. William Morris is here representing that fine operation today and over the weekend. And a PG Gunpowder on that bottom side. Blue Gunpowder Miss. One of the strongest producing mares in the history of the 4 Sixes Ranch. Blue Gunpowder Miss, ladies and gentlemen. They call this good gelding Chisholm. In the string of Zach Peters. He's hip number 159. Creek Plantation sire, Wagon Steak. Gunpowder Wagon. Here he is.
His name is worth something to you. Here's a young gelding, and they told me that this horse, even though he's a 3-year-old, he's only had about 150 saddlings, so he's still pretty green, but he crosses water. He's been rode out in the open country. He covers a lot of ground when he moves. They've started roping on him out of the box now. And so he's just a good prospect for you to take on and finish yourself, send him off for somebody to start roping on. But Jim mentioned this Blue Gunpowder Miss and what all she's produced here at the sale. Those of you who've been coming for several years know how many good horses we've sold out of her through the years. And here's one that's bred the right way. Wagon Steak was a really nice horse that stood here for a while, and just a nice young gelding for you to take on and finish.
All right, again, that was 159 Gunpowder Wagon. That'll take us to 166. 166 in your catalog. Bacaco Wild Rag, a Beggs Cattle Company consignment, 2020 Gray Gelding. Here's one by the reference sire for Beggs, very special cat, who you can see right here at the 4.6s. Very special cat, the NCHA money earning son of the great highbrow cat. Out of a direct daughter of reference sire CD, son of Magnolia, who's out of a straight silver mare. Started right under LJ Stovall, about 90 days. Bacaco Wild Rag by the great, very special cat, and out of the CD Son of Magnolia mare. Told you a little earlier, that's proven to be such a good cross. Here's a beautiful gelding, going to grow up to be a handsome son of a gun. Hip number 166, Bacaco Wild Rag.
I thought when I watched this horse on the video the other day, this is one of the prettier moving, really pretty moving horse. One of the things we haven't talked about is the program that they have over there at LJ's place. He came up under Jeff Williams. They ride these horses every day. They take 3 and 4 of them at a time into the canyons, ride them across the country, ride them in the canyon country, go up and down the hills, cross water if there is any water. But they ride them everywhere. They don't just ride them in the arena, even though as you watch these horses do the circles, you can see how correct they are. As I've mentioned several times, that hip is to the inside where it needs to be. The shoulders are up. And I keep emphasizing that because it's so important as you start to move forward with these horses that you don't have to fix all that. It's already been fixed for you. And here's another really pretty horse. Rides between the reins, stays right there all the time. Just got a nice start on him.
Again, that's 166 in your catalog, Beggs Cattle Company consignment, Bacaco Wild Rag. That'll take us to 167 from the 4.6s ranch, 6 Chick Fletch, a 2005 Sorrel Gelding. Here's one sired by the NCHA Open Futurity Champion, Royal Fletch, who stood here many years at the 4.6s ranch. Out, of course, a great daughter, 6 Chick. Boy, 6 Chick, one of the legendary early 4.6s reference sires. 6 Chick, and out of an own daughter of the great King Ranch legend, Mr. San Pepe. So a royally bred individual they call Tweeter. No stranger to the big drives. He's hip number 167, the son of Royal Fletch, 6 Chick Fletch.
Jim, one of the things about the Royal Fletch is they are going to be athletic. You can look at this horse's shoulder and his neck and his throat latch and watch him move and know that he's going to be an athletic horse. They've done everything in the world. When I first moved out to this country in the late 70s, 6 Chick was here. I thought he was one of the prettiest horses I'd ever seen. Really produced a lot of nice mares around here for a while. I'm surprised that there's one still around or there's an offspring of her. What a nice horse he was. And so now you've got Royal Fletch crossed on a 6 Chick mare. Just a nice ranch gelding for those of you that want one that you can go do your work every day and then take him to the jackpots on the weekends if you want to. But here's a big gelding, 15.2, weighs 1,150 pounds. Been to the World Series team ropings. Nice gelding, just exactly what you come here to buy. A nice broke gelding that you can do ranch work, or you can go to the horse show with him.
All right, again, that's 167, 6 Chick Fletch from the 4.6s ranch, selling tomorrow 167. That takes us down to 178, E-Ticket Smart. A Wagon Hound Landon Livestock consignment. E-Ticket Smart, a 2014 Sorrel Gelding. sired by the Wagon Hound reference sire that stands right here at the 4.6s. The great WR, this cat's smart. WR on top out of a Pepto time mare that's out of E-Ticket's cat, a great mare in her own right. And also, you see the third dam, another fine mare, E-Ticket, a fabulous cutting mare by Rooster. E-Ticket's cat, $104,000 winner. This be a half brother to Pure Howl, a $77,000 winner, to Dual Ticket, a $56,000 winner. So royally bred individual this is. They've done a lot of work on the big ranch with this one up there in Wyoming. WR, this cat smart, a handsome gelding by the legend WR, hib number 178.
I asked them about this horse yesterday, and they said, well, the description describes him really well. He's the real deal. He's the total package. I don't know how many of you watched this horse when they trotted him in here and trotted him across the middle of this pen, but he covers the ground. I mean, you can cover a lot of country, and of course, Wagon Hound has a lot of country, but this horse is just smooth as he can be, covers the country. He's got a great attitude. He's good in his circles. He's got a big stop. He's quiet. He's nice. Got a big walk, covers a lot of country at the walk. He's as the description says, he's the total package. Look at that WR stop on him. Every one of these WRs that they brought in here stops like that. They get those legs under him like they ought to. Stays quiet. This is the real deal for you right here, folks.
And again, that's 178 E-Ticket smart. That's the end of the dry work, ladies and gentlemen. What are we going to do next, Chelsea Lou? Cow work. Going to do a little cow work for you now on some of them, and then get right on down into the roping. Don't forget now, stick around here. And after this is concluded, we're going to have a meal provided by Neutrina from Rose's Cantina, right under the big tent up there. Then we'll have a band playing. Honor Boots O'Neill on his 90th birthday, so be sure and stick around when this is over. We'll get you out of here as quick as we can. We got some nice horses to show you in the cow work, and then we'll get right on into the roping performance demonstration. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to start the cow work here in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get the arena set. And all of you that are interested in that with your horse, be sure and be lined up here because we'll be starting the cow work here immediately. And once again, now stick with us because as soon as this is over, we project about 5:30 that we'll be starting to serve from Rosa's up there under the big tent. Once again, that's going to be provided by our friends at Neutrina. And then our friends at Lone Star Ag Credit are sponsoring our band this evening, the very, very popular Mr. Jake Hooker. We'll be playing immediately following the meal. And again, you can stick around and wish Boots a very happy 90th birthday. So we got a special celebration for Boots and a very special celebration for each of you, our guests. Glad to have each and every one of you here. And we're ready to get started with this cow work just as soon as we get a horse. Okay, let's have some cow horses up here. We're ready to go. Wonder where. All right, your first horse to work a cow will be hip number 5 in the catalog. We'll turn one cow out. You'll kind of see the pattern that we'll be doing here if you're performing or if you're watching. Hip number 5. Of course, we saw all these horses in the dry work, but once again, this is a wagon hound consignment. Hip 5 in your catalog, WR Scat Cat. Scat Cat's the 2013 Bay Gelding. Sire by WR This Cat Smart, the famous reference sire right here at the 4-6s. Out of the Gray Starlight mare, Cinderella Starlight. She's not only by Gray Starlight, but out of a fine King Fritz, Docalina cross on that bottom side, that Cinderella Olina by Docalina out of Otillie, one of the fine daughters of King Fritz, one of the great performing daughters of King Fritz. Dax McCarty's had it in his string, said he's an especially dependable kind of a gelding, used for multiple experienced riders all over the big ranch up there in Wyoming. WR Scat Cat for the Wagon Hound Landon Livestock. He's hip number 5 in your catalog. Watch him go. We got somebody on the far end receiving. Phil. All right, you'll flip up in your catalog to hip number 50, next to the Wagon Hound consignments. Hip 50 in the book is Tough Time Cat, a 2012 Bay Gelding. Sire by WR, this cat's smart. Out of the PC, Klein Frost mare on the bottom side by Sunfrost, DH Katie Klein. One of the best consignments. They call him Tough, a good seasoned individual. Come see from the string of Larry Henslinger. Tough, hardy, rugged, capable, kind of a gelding right here that's done everything up on the Wagon Hound. Tough Time Cat by WR, this cat's smart, a 2012 Bay Gelding.
You know, one of the things we're going to do on this cattle work, they'll hold these cattle on the back fence, and then when they feel like they've got control of them, they'll let them loose, take them up the side, and turn them back each direction. You know, this is such a typical WR colt. Got so much action in front, so athletic.
All right, that takes hip number. That'll take us to hip number 82. 82 in your catalog will be your next one to perform. This is a 4/6 consignment, rocking to play. This horse was really good in the dry work a moment ago. He's a 2014 Sorrel Gelding by Rockin' W, the NCHA Open Futurity Champion and leading sire. Out of a Play and Stylish mare, Your Turn to Play. This is a very famous 4/6 family. Play and Stylish, Your Turn to Win by Your Turn to Play. Really good bred family on that bottom side. Preferred Pay, Johnny Gaybar, a lot of great horses that stood here at the 4/6s many years ago. Been in spur leather string. Let's watch him perform. Hip 82.
Spur's one of our up and coming young youth riders in the Rain Cow Horse Association. Got great position, great hands as he rides. You know, you want your horse to be able to show you enough cow that they can hold them on this back fence. Some of these riders are going to hold them on the back fence and then go down and steer stop them. Looks like that's what Spur's going to do.
All right. Good job. Good job, Spur. Thank you for showing us hip 82, Rockin' to Play. The Rockin' W son out of the Play and Stylish mare. Be selling his hip number 82 in tomorrow's offering. 31. All right, hip number 31 will be your next one. We'll back up in your catalog to hip 31, a Tongue River Ranch consignment, TRR I Desire Peptos, a 2016 Sorrel Gelding, sired by Pepsit, the famous senior reference sire over at Tongue River Ranch, and out of a C.D. Olena mare, C.D. Olena, NCHA Hall of Fame, the great futurity champion. C.D. Olena on the top of the dam side, and Desire Some Freckles also represented the great 1,000,005 producing daughter of Freckles Playboy, the great Desire Some Freckles. Crazy Eyes, they call him, been in Joshua Halsell's string. Really nice gelding here from Tongue River. One of the highlights of the Tongue River offering, I'm told. Hip 31, TRR, I Desire Peptos.
You know, you can't find a horse with any more cow than these Pepsis have. They've been so successful when they've gone off the ranch and done other things with. And here's a colt that shows you so much cow and expression as here on the boxing side of this thing. I remember the first one that I saw here that Lee Holsey bought and just went on and won everything with years ago. And they've done that every time they've left the ranch. You know, that horse sure had him in the right position. I know he'd like to have that throw back, but it's a nice horse right here. Okay. Horse sure puts you in the right position, doesn't he?
All right, your next horse to go will be hip number 95 from the Beggs Cattle Company. This is Bacaco Played to Flow. Bacaco Played to Flow, a 2008 bay gelding by Play Jimmy 2, the son of Freckles Playboy, and out of a daughter of the famous Mr. Hida Flow by the great Hida's Little Pep. Been in Quentin Daniels' string. They call him BJ. Bacaco Played to Flow, hip number 95.
You know, as I talked to you about in the dry work, here's a horse. If you're looking for one that's stout and strong, uh, like some of our old-fashioned quarter horse look, here he is right here.
All right, once again, the horse performing hip number 95. He might need a little help, somebody. Get old Johnny Trotter up there. I hope not. All right, take her to the other end, Quentin. If she doesn't stall on you. Nah, she's halter broke. Next horse we're going to show you is hip number 1 in your catalog. All right, hip number 1's Wimpy's Rockin'. This is a Rockin' W son, 2014 Palomino Gelding. Sired by Rockin' W, and out of that Wimpy's Little Step mare. On the bottom side, Wimpy 6, but Wimpy's Little Step, and out of old Doc's Rosie O'Grady, a mare Dr. Blodgett purchased many years ago and went on to be a great, great producer here for the ranch. They call him Gold Member, a very seasoned ranch horse. Been on the big drive, sorted, Brandon. Zach Peters has had him in his string. He's hip number 1. Wimpy's Rockin'.
Here's a horse that's really quick-footed as he turns these cattle. You can see how athletic he is. We talked about him a good bit early on. Got plenty of speed to do about anything you want to do in the cattle events.
All right, again, that was lot number 1, and that'll take us to hip number 78. 78 from the Wagon Hound Land and Livestock, Shining Mad Cat. Shining Mad Cat, 2014 Sorrel Gelding by W.R. This Cat Smart, by the reference sire, and out of Shining Spark daughter, Shining Madonna. Shining Madonna not only by Shining Spark, but out of that good, smart little Lena family. A little smart Madonna, Madonna Oak, Doc's Oak, great family of horses for many, many years. They call him Casper, first string ranch horse for a lot of their go-to guys up there. Hip number 78, Shining Mad Cat, Wagon Hound consignment.
Just another one of these good WRs, gets in the ground the way they ought to, stays soft in that front end, got a lot of cow to him. Got a lot of cow.
All right, that'll take us to hip number 89 for the Beggs Cattle Company, Bucaco Wrangler, a 2018 Bay Gelding. 4-year-old son of CD, son of Magnolia, out of a Dr. Echo mare. Got that Dr. Echo look. Second down by Play Jimmy Tube of the Great Freckles Playboy. Infused with a lot of cow. They call him Nemo. Been with LJ Stovall. Let's watch him perform hip number 89, Bucaco Wrangler.
This is a horse we told you about that LJ's kept for a couple of years and uses him a lot when he needs to get something done. I think he's about as well balanced as any horse in the sale. When you look at this picture of him, he looks like that when you take the saddle off. We'll watch him work this cow and see what we got.
All right, that's hip number 89. LJ, when you get down there to the other end, get a good place to stop. I think you've shown them 89. Bucaco Wrangler, son of CD, son of Magnolia, out of the Dr. Echo mare. You could kind of head that one out and heads up down on the other end, Phil, and let this one out. Head him up. Oh, you're going to rope on him. Okay, I don't mean to rush you. Go ahead. All right, that'll take us to the Wagon Hound consignment, hip number 110, Tanana Smart Dog. Tanana Smart Dog, a 2013 Sorrel Gelding from the Wagon Hound Land and Livestock. 110 in your catalog. A genuine masterpiece. Out of a daughter WR, this cat smart. That's out of the great mare Little Tanina, NCH Open Futurity Champion, one of the finest cutting mares that ever lived. Pierre, they call him. Been started in team roping both the heading and the heeling. Better than started. Been taking him to the pay window, it says. Shannon Peterson has had him in his string. Genuine masterpiece. Hip number 110 in your catalog. There he is. Now we're ready for 110. Tanana Smart Dog. 110 from the Wagon Hound Land and Livestock. Tanana Smart Dog.
Here's a horse with a lot of cow. Stops when that cow stops. Goes up, gets in front of her and heads her. Stops, turns around, stays soft between the reins. Got a lot of expression.
All right. Thank you for showing us hip number 110. Tanana Smart Dog. You ready for you, Phil? All right, hip 149 will be the next one to go. This is a Wagon Hound consignment. Smart Marie Ray, a 2014 Sorrel Gelding, sired by the legend Dual Ray, the number 2 all-time leading performance horse sire in the AQHA. Out of a daughter, Smart Little Lena, the Triple Crown winner. That's out of Rosemarie Murata, one of the famous producing daughters of the great Freckles Murata, half sister to Sporting Murata, and a lot of other greats. They call this good gelding Floyd. They consider him to be a top-end ranch horse all over the big ranch, got smooth gaits, fancy footwork, easy to get along with, and he's 149 in the catalog. All right, 149, Smart Marie Murata, an own son of the great Dual Ray.
Folks, that's a really nice horse right there. Went down that fence, got in the right position, turned that cow. A nice, nice gelding.
All right, thank you. That'll take us to hip number 101. 101 to King Ranch Gelding, Brown the Badger, a 2015 Bay Gelding. Good season gelding coming to you from Rick Falcon String. Where's the Cat's a siren out of a Rita Sweet Badger daughter, Nurse Badger. Not only is she by the good Rita Sweet Badger, but out of an own daughter of Doc's Hope, Nurse Kelly. Good experienced kind of a gelding right here. From a kid to an experienced rider, anybody get along with this good horse. Where's a Cat? Brown the Badger, hip 101. All right, once again, the horse you're watching, 101 from the King Ranch, Brown the Badger, 2015 Bay Gelding. All right, here's a 4/6 consignment. Hip number 126, 126 in your catalog, Rosanna Sand, a 2012 Sorrel Gelding. He's by the former reference sire Boone Sand. And out of a daughter, Freckles Playboy, Rosanna's Playgirl, who's out of that great cut and married producer, Rosanna's Duel. They call him Trout. Good experienced horse. He does it all. They sort yearlings on him. They've done a little bit of everything with this good gelding. We're going to watch him go. Hip number 126, Rosanna Sand. All right. Once again, that's 126 from Ty Houston String, Old Trout, Rosanna Sand, a 2012 Sorrel Gelding, Sire Baboon Sand. Take him on home that other way. We don't have but about one or two more of these, and we'll get into the roping. All right. Cannabis. Okay, that takes us to the last one of these, hip number 90 in the catalog, 90, this beautiful stallion prospect. Bet He's a Ginin. Hip number 90, the son of Betty's a Cat, out of a daughter Stoley that's out of the Tanqueray Gin mare, Gin in Hollywood. Great, great family of horses here. Betty's a cat. Stoley, one of the great race sires, but also one of the all-around sires, probably the all-around sire as far as these ranch horses is concerned, that has crossed the well to produce many good cow horses and ranch horses. You watch him go, you watch him in the dry work. He has quite a few accomplishments to his credit. Now we'll watch him work a cow. He's hip number 90, bet he's Jennin.
Folks, that's a big time turn. In a regular horse show, they'd give him another cow when that cow didn't respect him coming up the middle here. And he hung right in there and took him down the fence and turned it around. Gets right in the right position, isn't trying to bite that cow, gets right in there where it belongs. He'll switch sides on her here in a minute. Only going to do one side, huh?
All right, real gentleman right there. I think he's done everything just 100% way you want to see one do it. An absolute sale highlight in this or any other sale, and a rancher's dream, cowboy's dream. Hip number 90 in the book. Son of Betty's a cat, bet he's a Jennin.
You can't imagine how hard it is to keep a horse quiet when you've done that much stuff with them, and just stay quiet and go right back, stay between those bridle reins, and stay quiet and not lift his head. This is a real deal here, folks.
Okay, that concludes the cow work part of the demonstration today. We're ready to get into the team roping. We got quite a few team ropers for you. Any of you ropers, y'all want to go in the arena, line up, go ahead. Dusty, y'all ready? You not roping? We're ready. We're going to do some steer roping, you betcha. Heading and heeling, if that's okay. Y'all like that? All right. Well, we're ready for you. Now, what we normally do, this goes so fast that it's really hard to give you the names of each of these horses that are heading and heeling and all the information on them as they go. And it gets to be very repetitious because horses go more than one time. A heeler might heel for a certain header, different headers, 2 or 3 different times, so it gets pretty repetitious. So what we like to do is just give you the hip numbers. We'll tell you so-and-so's on the head and another one's on the heels. 95 on the heads and 31 on the heels or something like that. So you can keep up with them that way. We'll be ready for you here in just a minute. Get our steers loaded. We'll be ready to get it on. But that's the way we'll identify them, by number, hip number only, so you can look them up in your catalog or refer to them on your computer. We'll move right along with them pretty fast. Now, don't forget, when this is over, about 5:30 or so, we're going to have a big eating over there in the big tent. Birthday party. Fajitas. Rose's Cantina be cooking up good fajitas over there. They've had special orders to make them just right for Boots' birthday. So you'll want to join us about 5:30. All right, your header here is going to be 18. Your healer's number 1, 18 and 1.
We got 69 on the heading side, 110 on the heeling side. We got 63 on the heading side, 35 on the heeling side. $115 on the heading side, 40 on the heeling side. Really need to watch this big gray horse here, folks, if he's like he was earlier in the week. $95 on the heading side and $31 on the heeling side. We got 101 on the heading side and 126 on the heeling side. Oh, sorry about that. 126 is just standing there. Twelve's going to heel according to my instructions here. $139 on the heading side and $92 on the heeling side. $139 on the heading side, $92 on the heeling side. $37 on the heading side, $82 on the heeling side. $167 on the heading side, $110 on the heeling side. $151 on the heading side and $88 on the heeling side. $18 on the heading side and number 1 on the heeling side. That's the one one where you can see one hip out of each eye. 69 on the head and side and 126 on the healing side. $63 on the heading side and $35 on the healing side. $63 and $35. $115 on the head and side and $40 on the healing side. $95 on the head and side and $31 on the healing side. $95 and $31. $92 on the head and side, 1 on the healing side. 12, I'm sorry, 12. This is what we got left. $139 on the head and side, $82 on the healing side. 167 on the heading side, 1-on-1 on the heeling side. Food you guys eat. Oh, good. We got 37 on the heading side and 126 on the heeling side. $151 on the heading side, 88 on the heeling side. $18 on the heading side, 1 on the heeling. $69 on the heading side, 35 on the heels. Okay, we want to give everybody a chance to show your horse, but you get a couple of good runs in. Let's I will next time. That's the warning. 63 on the heading side and 92 on the heeling side. That's the new mate. Soft side. Watch the scooter. Don't let them run through the scooter. Okay, we got 95 on the heading side and 31 on the heeling side. $139 on the heading side and 12 on the heeling side. I'm sorry, 126 on the heeling side. $63 on the heading side, 12 on the heeling side. $115 on the heading side, 40 on the heeling side. Well, I like that 115 horse. $92 on the heading side, 101 on the heeling side. $167 on the heading side, 82 on the heeling side. Feels like last me. Okay, we're getting kind of toward the end, guys. Everybody had a couple of good runs. Enough to show you horse. We got 167 in the heading side and 82 on the heeling side. School. 167 and 82. What's the old horse's number? 41 and 18. How many more are you guys going to go? 3 more of you? Okay. $124 on this side, on the heading side, $115 on the heeling side. Got 92 on the heading side and 13 on the heeling. 130, 139 on the heeling side. '69 on the heading side, 101 on the heeling side. '95 on the heading side, 35 on the heeling side. We're going to make about 2 more runs, guys, and then get ready for Boots' party. '41 on the heading side and 18 on the heeling side. It's good. I'm going to have you run out there and stop. Okay, we've got 151 on this side and 88. On which one? $142. We got a customer that wants to see 142 go one more time. And he wants to see you catch. 124, I'm sorry. And then when this team here goes and the next one, we're done.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that concludes the roping preview here at this performance demonstration for the 25th return to the Remuda Sale. You've been a great crowd. Remember, our eating and function here about 5:30. Rose's Cantina's cooking. We got a special event honoring Mr. Boots O'Neill, celebrating his 90th birthday. In the meantime, there's plenty to do. Walk around, look at the sale horses. They're all clearly tagged, all in the various barns and pens. And if you have any trouble locating any one horse, well, someone in the office will be glad to help you. Also, be sure to see all the stallions that are here, that are resident stallions here, standing service in 2023 here at the 4 Sixes Ranch. Be sure and make yourselves at home. If we can help you in any way, we can't help you, just ask Dusty Burson. He knows the answer. Join us in the morning at 10:30 sharp. We'll be making announcements, introducing family members, and get ready for the sale at 11 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much. You've been a great crowd. All you folks who've joined us on Superior all day, thank you very much. We appreciate you watching.